and gentlemen, the winner of this contest.
I look and see, it's not just me.
Jeff, why do you insist on doing this dumb internet shit on TV?
I look and see, it's not just me.
This place is a fucking joke, man. You're a clown. I quit.
So many others have stood where I stand. We are the young, so raise your hand. So many others have stood where I stand. We are the young, so raise your hand. They call us problem child. We spend our lives on trial. We walk an endless mile. We are the youth gone wild. We stand and we won't fall. We're one and one for all. The writing's on the wall. We are the youth gone wild.
No. It doesn't make logical sense, but it makes.
Well, yes, of course.
But it makes wrestling booking sense. Of course, this makes no sense. Of course, okay, it makes no sense. However, in pro wrestling booking, which often makes no sense, you would do that. It's about making money. It's not about anything else. Wrestling's always been about making money first and foremost. That's it.
Yes, I look and see, it's not just me.
Last weekend was the greatest weekend in AEW history. This is the greatest week.
I look and see, it's not just me.
Security, my safety, my life was in danger at a wrestling show.
So many others have stood where I stand. We are the young, so raise your hand. So many others have stood where I stand. We are the young, so raise your hand. They call us problem child. We spend our lives on trial. We walk an endless mile. We are the youth gone wild. We stand and we won't fall. We're one and one for all. The writing's on the wall. We are the youth gone wild. They call us problem child. We spend our lives on trial. We walk an endless mile. We are the youth gone wild. We stand and we won't fall. We're one and one for all. The writing's on the wall. We are the youth gone wild. Get wild! Yeah!
If you're familiar with how we do things often here on these Wednesdays, it's a lot like one of my favorite movies, Time Cop.
What? Fuck you. Fuck you.
Yeah!
No! Damn it, God, damn it! Yeah!
Wow, Kurt Angle. Keep the change. Thanks. Whoa, what's gotten into this pizza? Hey, come on.
They square off. Tomato drop kicks. Pepper scoops him into an airplane spin. Big slam. Pizza outlet. The taste that screams fresh.
Oh, man, that was beautiful.
The training prayers and vitamins, I was actually doing that, praying that I wouldn't die and eating the vitamins.
Still a prayer.
But
even if the vitamins are Percocets,
whatever.
You know,
maybe a couple or more than a couple.
I mean, look, when they came out with Somas, dude, I drove a car into an invisible driveway.
That was one of the drugs of choice for the wrestlers.
Yeah, it was very dangerous for them because it would shut people's throat down. My buddy Richard died. He choked on some chicken that he didn't even know he was eating, but he took some of those muscle relaxers. They relax your throat so much it doesn't pull the food down. A lot of people choke to death.
Yeah, a lot of guys would get the Soma shakes. I don't know if you ever saw that. Yeah.
God, it sounds like a TikTok trend almost.
It's just like somebody beating it, just like, and they can't stop. Or they'll be walking and they freeze. And I've seen it happen so many times when they're eating 10, 20 of them at a time, you know. But
people were taking that much pain pills to feel okay, huh?
Oh, yeah. I never went down that road.
Yeah.
With, if you're supposed to take 1 or 2, that would be it. 5 or 10. I never did that,
We didn't have addiction, it doesn't sound like really.
Man. When it came to weed or this and that and the other, I could quit and not do it for 3, 4, 5 years.
Yo, Hulkamaniacs, it's me, Hulk Hogan. Check out my new look. Brother, I was at Arby's scarfing down a chicken cordon bleu. That natural chicken tastes righteous. That's because it's not all pumped up with phosphates and fillers, which gave the Hulkster an idea. Maybe I don't need to be pumped up either. Who needs to be doing bench presses and deadlifts all day?
Now all of Arby's chicken is made with 100% all-natural, all-delicious chicken. Try our chicken cordon bleu with ham and melted Swiss. It'll have you saying,
I'm thinking Arby's, brother.
Dick holes.
P3CCA.
Your mustache is ugly, bro. Your mustache is ugly, bro. You ain't got any hoes. Your mustache is ugly, bro.
What you say about yourself is that you're marketable. What I hear about you is that you get no hoes. All the girls love me, cause I'm Becca with a 3. And I'm silly, and I'm witty, and I'm pretty like a Barbie. You flaunt it like you got it, but I think you're a fraud. You should go back to being the AirPod god. If you're out with a girl, she ain't got any standards. You think you're Magnum PI, but you're really Ned Flanders. I heard you sell coffee, and I think that's really fitting. Your teeth are really yellow, and you smell like you be shitting. You wrestle like it too. Sticking up the ring. I know I got you jealous of my hot girl bling and my hot girl swag and my hot G-string and my Gucci bag. I ain't gotta pop tags. Cleaning up your blood with my Versace rags. Cause I'm Becca with a 3. All the girls love me. Cause I'm silly and I'm witty and I'm pretty like a Barbie. Period.
Your mustache is ugly, bro. Your mustache is ugly, bro. You ain't got any hoes. Your mustache is ugly, bro.
What you say about yourself is that you're marketable. What I hear about you is that you get no hoes. All the girls love me, cause I'm Becca with a 3. And I'm silly and I'm witty, pretty like a Barbie.
Yeah. I'm gonna take your title. And I would take your girl, but you don't have one. You don't have any girls. And I would take your money. But you ain't got any of that either, so everyone go buy his coffee because he really needs the money.
Ooh, what's happening, guys? Welcome to another eclectic edition of PWT Live Show, yeah. I am your host, the infallible Philip S. Marks. I'm here, yes. Oh, we made it. Another Wednesday, another beautiful hump day. We made it. It's the middle of the week. How are you all doing? I'm excited. This is the marquee show. This is the main show. This is the show I look forward to. Member shows are fun, but this is the main one. How are you all doing? We have a jam-packed. We don't have any Dynamite matches announced, so this is what we got, right? I think they announced one match for this Dynamite for once. Right. And but Tony, he didn't have time to book the show, but he did have time to hop on X. So we're going to check in with Tony Khan. He's actually checking in with us here at PWT, or I guess across the AEW galaxy or universe or whatever. Right. He's back on Twitter again. So we're going to check in with Tony. What else do we have? Bryan Danielson has been in the news on the WWE side and the AEW side recently, and he's stupid. Is he stupid? I don't know. Let's figure it out tonight together. We're going to go over some stuff, some headlines he's made, and of course, speaking of booking Dynamite, there's some conspiracies afoot, okay? That we're going to check into that revolve around Meltzer and Tony Khan, and not them getting caught at the Coldplay concert.
Sometimes
you know
in
what I'm
life you
saying?
gotta be a hoe.
I was going to say the Stone Coldplay concert, kid. What? Well, goddamn, kid. I was standing in the back drinking a Steve Weiser, hugging my side piece. Some bitch done put the camera on me. Said, goddamn, kid. I gotta go ahead and blow up my spot like that. Okay, so enough with the Coldplay concert. I know, dude, it's so played out. It was played out like 2 hours in. It's just the most recent meme in the meme folder. You know, so when people send me memes, if I like them, they end up in the meme folder. We just put the most recent one up on screen. So, ladies and gentlemen, man, we have a spectacular show. What else? And also, there's a Variety article, and the people at Netflix are quoted as saying, blah, blah, blah. We're going to get into it about WWE on whether it's a success or not, because that's been the narrative lately. And unlike WBD, we get answers and we get things like the to-dums, so we know what they prioritize, right? Over at Netflix and how they value certain things. So, yeah, we're going to get into all that, plus more and more. And I have exciting news about Phil Marks' bookmarks. Are you guys ready? Are you guys ready? Round of applause for the PWT universe for tuning in as everybody files in. We've been having great success this year. Incredible streams. Guys, hit like, hit subscribe, hit dislike, leave a comment, come vote in the poll and chat. Who do you think wins this week's ratings wars? I'm curious because The Undertaker was on NXT. So also there's a lot of NXT stuff. We're going to kind of cover that. And he was on NXT. A lot of people are freaking out about The Undertaker and what he did there with Trick Williams. We're going to talk about that. And it's curious, right? Does he pop a rating? Who knows? I think the NXT rating came out. We'll see what Dynamite does, especially. Is this a better tactic on Tony Khan's part, right? So Tony Khan I always said he overly announces shit. Like he'll announce 6 matches on Dynamite and it's like, why don't you announce 3 like compelling ones and then build some shit on the show? Like give us stuff like this happens at the start, in the middle this happens, and then in the main event, Moxley versus Hangman, whatever, but they're throughout the show, that sort of stuff. That's always been my pitch. But usually he just announces everything last minute. He hasn't, he's putting, like, what do you guys think? He's just last minute putting a card together? Or why is this a rare occasion where he's not announcing a bunch of matches? I don't know. Is it too little too late for him to start doing that? I wonder. Come let me know. Guys, for only 99 cents, you can become a member and support this show and get access to bonus shows that I do on Mondays. And yeah, you can like, subscribe, all that good stuff. Also, here's one thing I want to plug. Here's one thing I'm gonna plug. If you guys like pop culture and shit, I reviewed Superman, dude. So go and check that out. If you guys are into like pop culture and all that sort of stuff, right? I reviewed Superman, so you guys can see. There you go. If you got triggered, good, go check it out. I promise it's not what you're expecting. I think I review stuff in a unique way, but it's much different than this channel. So go and check it out. And yeah, let's get into some stuff. I'm going to check in with chat, but also we're going to get into, a big announcement, I guess, for PWT. Are you guys ready? Drum roll, please. Drum roll, please. Can I get a drum roll, please? Where is the drum roll? Here we go. We have a new folder, ladies and gentlemen. There's a new folder here in Philmark. Bookmarks, a new folder called the Throwback folder. So are you guys ready for our first official throwback segment here at PWT? Ladies and gentlemen, let's go back in time. So here's Andre the Giant, who visits the WBIR Channel 10 in Knoxville, Tennessee, ahead of a match at the Civic Coliseum in 1979. And dude, look how giant he is. You don't need milk crates, pal. Like, look how tiny that woman looks next to him.
Andre came by the studios today and met some news people. Andre even shows how a handshake can be unusual. Here he is with Margie Eisen. The Giant has been wrestling professionally for 14 years, even though he's had other offers. George Allen tried to sign him up for the Washington Redskins, but had some problems.
The deal was that it's supposed to give me half of the money I make in 1 year in wrestling. And when we tell George Allen how much I make in 1 year in wrestling, they don't want to pay half of that. That's why I don't play football.
Andre has appeared in television playing Bigfoot on The $6 Million Man and will be on BJ and the Bear this season.
Damn, dude, they dressed him up as Bigfoot. That would be called ableist in 2025. Peter Dinklage would hold a press conference like, you can't do that.
Most of his family is normal size, but Andre's grandfather is even bigger.
He was 7'8". He used to weigh 540 pounds.
There are some disadvantages of being 7'4".
The most difficult thing now is with traveling with a car. All those small cars they make now, it's terrible. So what it's terrible is when I go in Japan, all those small car, even if I want to stop the taxi, then I will not stop to pick me up.
But there are also advantages. A friend of Andre's had a parking problem one night that the Giant easily solved.
Because this car got some trouble, I just pick up a car and just put it aside.
You picked up, what kind of car was it?
I don't remember what kind of car it was, but
It's this is why he didn't care, because it's not the only car he's picked up.
Yes, I believe you. Totally. I believe it. Russ Brown, Action 10 News.
See you tonight at the Coliseum.
Yeah, now slap him like John Stossel. Give him a slap for questioning if he could flip a car, pal. Welcoming Hulk Hogan into the Snake Pit. So here's a throwback to Jake the Snake and the Snake Pit.
And now,
and I used to throw these in miscellaneous news, but now it's got its own segment here at PW.
the Snake Roberts.
You know, to be a man, you have to make a lot of sacrifices in your life just to be a man. But to be a professional athlete, as we are, to keep up with the fast pace of the cars, the airplanes, doing something, training all the time, it takes a lot out of you. Now, there was a man at WrestleMania 3, I didn't think had much of a snowball's chance, and you know where to make it.
Snowball's chance and you know where. Can't even say AG double hockey sticks, bro.
Just looked at him like a snowball
Oh, man, pussies. No.
coming down a hill. But this man has turned what was his greatest challenge into an avalanche that seems to be unstoppable.
It's crazy how, like, for as childish as some people say and remember that era to be, I mean, they did a lot of pretty crazy shit, you know, especially Jake, like Macho Man being bitten and all that stuff.
Talking about your world wrestling heavyweight champion, Hulk Hogan. How do you do it, man? How do you do it? When you were facing the biggest challenge of your life, you took that
Piped in. Cheers, Brian.
challenge, turned it around, and made it work for you.
Well, you know, Jake, the momentum of Hulkamania has been running wild for 3.5 years, man. But after WrestleMania, just like you said, that snowball turned into a huge avalanche. And now that the momentum is so great, the next #1 contender that steps in the ring with
Hulk said snowball and fucking Jake said. I'm sorry.
Hulkamania, I really feel sorry for that.
I'm just pointing out what I see. Don't get mad at me. Shout out Jake the Snake Roberts, dude.
Dude, man, that avalanche is going to wipe out the next #1.
Just a minute. You're not supposed to be on. Son, what you mean, boy, son? You feel sorry for somebody. Mind-to-mind communication. This is the darkness, son, and I am the devil, Fuji, boy, son.
Fuji-san. Well, let me tell you, Fuji-san.
Do something, Mr. Fuji. Just
Mr.
because your
Fuji, dude.
manager doesn't make him the #1 contender. And as far as the darkness goes, the brightest light, the brightest force in the universe is Hulkamania. And even in the wrath of Killer Khan, I see no darkness.
Oh, dude. That shit was cooking, man. Let me tell you something, Fuji-san. Oh, shit. And that, ladies and gentlemen, was the throwback segment. All right. How'd you guys like that? I need to... Where are we at here? Okay, so what are we going to do next here? We'll jump into miscellaneous news. I'm going to check in with chat, though. Sorry, just bookmarking stuff on the fly there. And, okay. So let me check in with chat. What are we doing here? 626 for 5 says release the Meltzer file. Hey man, that's Cornette and Brian Last. They got the Meltzer files, dude. Sticks up for Tony because Dave got trapped by Tony's honeypot scheme, or Tony is laundering Dave's money. X-Files. Yeah, that's the claims made by the chat are not those of mine. Obviously it's just jokes, guys, but yeah, dude, for sure. No, he's just sticking up for it because it's his idea. I firmly believe. Well, I don't know, because I've had conversations with Meltzer said where it's like, if he's not getting paid or like doesn't own a stake, I'd be more cringed out at this point, right? However, I do think it's just his idea of what he thinks wrestling should be. Tony Khan poured like billions of dollars into that and put it on TV and pay-per-view and signed all the guys that he wished WWE would sign, but they would never sign them. And he wished WWE would, do these, like have the Okadas and Omega, or it's just a matter of him also like having to, like, he puts over people who bring him in, and then if you don't bring him in, he just buries the shit for the most part. However, like, he has called out some AEW stuff, but he'll always bring it back to WWE ultimately. And it's more, I think Brian is kind of bringing shit up, and then Dave is like going along with it a little bit, because you got to you got to give them a little bit, your co-host, even though Dave will push back like when he gets really defensive, because he just can't be proven wrong. So I think that's what it is, right? If I had to bet money, like if you're bet your life on it, I would say it's just more of like this weird thing where Dave, well, here's the thing. Speaking of X-Files, we're going to get into it in a bit. So I'm glad you brought this up, 626, because actually we're going to check in with the Mole in a bit, who put something out there that I think is interesting, which we already know, but Dave and Tony text and stuff like that. So he floated a little more out there where maybe there's a little bit more weight to that there's more than meets the eye, Brian. That's like when it comes to our angle, mine and Tony's angles, there's more than meets the eye. So we're going to get into that and more. Here we go. Let's get into some news here. I'm off. Yeah, that's a Jim Cornette synced thing I want to do another time. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, let's get into bad news.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm afraid I've got some bad news.
And it's not really bad news, it's just miscellaneous news, but I don't know, man. That's the drop for it. That's what we chose. So here's Maki Ito, and she did like an Uber elastic band slingshot to the eye at TJPW. Chat, let me know if this is your type of wrestling or not. So look, they have this rubber band like tied to the rope, and then she's like on the rope, and they have it stretched out like above the audience, which I don't know if that's a good idea. But maybe they practiced it before, who knows? And then they're going to do the ultimate, like the story your mother would tell you. Oh, don't play with the slingshot or play with the rubber band because it'll fly in your fucking eye. You'll go blind, I don't know why I chose that accent, but yeah, they're doing that. Like the rubber band, but like a super mega rubber band in the eye. See what happens.
これも猛烈に嫌な予感がします。お前のせいだ、お前のせいだ。罪をなすりつけています。
I think that's Emi Sakura in there with her. Yeah, chat. What do you guys think? You into that? So hello, Lucha Libre Online. Whoa. How about a warning next time? So Deadline confirms that Paradigm will launch a book to film publishing collaboration, the book Bulletproof Angel by CJ Perry, aka Lana in WWE. So again, a while back when Rusev came back, I was like, hey, it would be sweet if she worked like WWE adjacent and maybe just signed like one of the nostalgia deals and they can put her in the games as she can come out with Miro in 2K26 or whatever. I'm down with all that. I don't need to see Lana wrestle again, but here you go. She's, this is adjacent to that. And so she has this book deal here. This is in collaboration with author and screenwriter Blake Northcott. Bulletproof Angel is a high-octane international espionage thriller that centers on a brilliant young CIA agent and her estranged mother, a retired operative with a troubled past. They are forced to work together behind enemy lines to stop an AI-powered weapon system capable of unleashing global catastrophe. This is huge. So the reason also we bring this to the show is because she is the first of, I guess, there's this thing going on where they're pairing like best-selling authors with athletes, right? And so there's like more coming down the line, like people who are, I guess, on the roster page and not on the alumni page, I guess would be the way to word it, right? So I think Damian Priest or something. I don't know. So just check that out when it comes out, I guess. If you're into spy thrillers, there'll be like a fucking, sounds like a Black Widow type thing. So maybe they'll get a movie out of it. Who knows? I don't know. So Fox Nation acquires TV rights deals to Hulk Hogan and Eric Bischoff's new wrestling league via the Hollywood Reporter. So they will be on Fox Nation or they'll be on Fox. So we have Dave again. Dave keeps coming up, and Hulk Hogan's trending right now. So I actually hope he's all good. And we do have an update on his health as well. But Dave Meltzer is just shitting all over Bischoff and this promotion, and is shitting on Bischoff, saying he just like engagement farms and all this shit. So we're going to get into that later as well. I'm going to check why Hulk Hogan's trending as we're live. Just hoping he's all good. Okay, so yes, we have a serious update on him, which we will get into here as we proceed in this segment, because I think it is in miscellaneous news. Yeah, okay, so we'll share that. Yeah, we just have a big update on him here. So, Hulk Hogan, though, his amateur wrestling show, I might check it out, but I think it'll do better on the, like, social media replays if they have good social media, which, like, if I'm them, Bischoff knows Ant Evans. I'm sure they're probably 10 steps ahead of me, but I would get Ant Evans on, like, how do we blow this shit up and promote it and get people talking about it and like make it sort of like a power slap thing. Like, oh shit, look at this cool suplex. And how do we just make it cool and different and fun? And I'm here for that, Eric. I'm sure Conrad's here for that too. Progress Wrestling Proteus world champion and Emmy and Golden Globe winner Paul Walter Hauser attended the Fantastic Four First Steps world premiere, which I'm going to tomorrow. Fucking pumped, at the Dorothy Chandler Pavilion in Los Angeles, California, with his championship gold on show. Paul plays Mole Man in the Fantastic Four Marvel movie. He will be back with Progress at the Electric Ballroom on August 25th in London to defend his championship. Yeah, shout out Paul Walter Hauser. I like him, and him cast as Mole Man. That's fucking awesome. So I can't wait for that movie. I've been avoiding fucking trailers, everything for so long. I like to go into shit fresh. I'll watch I'll watch a teaser. I'll let you give me a teaser. Like, let's say Avengers Endgame. Okay, you can give me your 15-second teaser or whatever. I'll watch that. I'll watch the first trailer, and then I'll discern in my mind right there, is it worthy or not? But especially when it comes to my comic book movies, bro, I don't fuck around. I don't play with those, dude. I don't want nothing spoiled, you know? Devon Dudley lost 85 pounds with help from Diamond Dallas Page. I mean, saving lives. And they announced it, man. The Dudley boys are going to be getting the tables against the Hardys in October, Bound for Glory. And yeah, we're going to be watching more PLEs, TNA PLEs rather, on this show. Elena black in the main event. So people are clowning her, dude. Can see why she doesn't want to wrestle. Why would you make fun of her going to the show, entertaining these people, and getting her price that she asked for? Fuck, dude. And I know, here's the thing. I put out a tweet too about it where I know people people might be like, oh, come on now, Phil, that's not very fair. You were kind of critical too. No, I'm just like pointing out the harsh reality of like people can't get Cora Jade likely, along with everyone, Nixon Newell, they all likely thought they were worth more on the indies than they are. Same with Abaddon. And this is why, because everyone's priced too high as well. Because WWE was forced to compete with people, with Tony Khan, like overpricing people early on and shit. So now everyone's shit is inflated. And even though these indies are doing well and doing lots of cards, I've pointed this out a billion times. They can't afford Cardona and I'm just throwing names out like Cruel and Shotzi and Priscilla and Cora, and then it's all WWE then that way too. So, and then Tony's not just signing up everyone. And she's made so much fucking money on OnlyFans, dude, or OF, sorry, because I don't know what YouTube is, whatever. She's made so much money on OF. She's probably looked at that and went, what the fuck is the point of, or maybe it was a reality shock to her as well. I came off a crazy long injury. I got fired from my dream job. I feel like, because she went on record and said it, like, yeah, I feel like I just pitched them all these ideas and shit they took. She put all this effort into these vignettes, and then you can't get booked as much as you thought and for the price that you thought, and the demand for you's not there, and you got all these fucking crazy people online talking shit about you and calling you a hoa, right? Like, there's people calling her a whore and shit because she's on OF. It's like, guys, I don't know, man. It's like, it's too much, right? Relax. It seems real like incelish. Like when you get that thrown back at you, it feels that way a bit, So I'm not. Now, I also put out a tweet saying Matt Riddle wrestled in a backyard and he didn't get clowned for this. And people were like, no, he did get clowned for that really hard. Okay, that's fair. And even I did sort of joke about it, but I just thought, from what I saw, and you can go back and watch it on the show, I thought more people kind of came to his defense. Like, at first people are clowning it, but more people were like, nah, dude, this is kind of cool and shit. So, okay, sorry, maybe people did clown him more than like my timeline fed me. I just feel like seems like way more people are like angry at Cora Jade. No, am I wrong about that, chat? I think people are like real mad at her, for whatever reason, more than Riddle. Riddle, you're just like, he's a crazy sex pest guy that he loves to party, Oh, he's doing those backyard shows, that wild Matt Riddle. I felt like that was more the sentiment, and people are like, yeah, she's not built for wrestling and shit. Like, no one was saying Riddle isn't built for the business, and like, you ain't ready for it, honey. Like, do you see the comments some of these people are saying? Like, it's crazy. So I applaud her for doing shows like this. This is what keeps like wrestling alive, brother, and like, this crowd ain't even that bad. Even though I'm switching up my tune now, I'm white knight, because before I was critical. I was like, you guys notice like these Cora Jade and some of these ladies aren't drawing these big fucking crowds. I think people thought they would. I don't know, man. It's just that the indies are like oversaturated, but not in a bad way. I think it's like part of this like revitalization of wrestling that's going on, and it's becoming more popular again. But at the same time, like, if GCW can sell out a venue without her and paying her that, it's no offense to her, it's just business. And why would they book her, And then it's like, well, they got Priscilla Kelly. Okay, but Priscilla Kelly has like different relationships with different bookers and wrestlers in the game. So yeah, it's whatever. We're not trying to pocket watch here either. I'm not trying to do that, but she's made so much money on OF that, like, what's the point of even dealing with doing this? It could have just all been like a wake up call for her, like a shock, like, holy shit. And so you got to give her a minute to sort of reinvent herself and give her space and stuff. You know, I'm not about like people just being like, you couldn't cut it and shit. Because I don't think it has. I think her release has more to do with like, well, whatever. I don't even. She would just tweet out some wild shit. You know, I'll just leave it at that. You guys already know. It's all been covered before. And look, she's giving it her all. She's not phoning it in. And she got into it young, dude. Yeah, I just hope she figures out her shit. And it is what it is at the end of the day. But yeah, guys, calm down. Don't attack her and let out all your anti-sexual frustrations out on her or whatever the fuck. So Shotzi Blackheart had a night out with Priscilla Kelly and that, and they were out there partying after a wrestling show, I believe. Yeah, so here's Tremont.
Yeah. It's a good times, motherfucker. We'll be the death of us.
It's like the old days, pal. Someone give me a heart attack. Someone give me a doomsday device.
I fucking swear.
Okay, so all this music's going to get me flagged, but they're looking like they're having a great time. Amazing. So happy to see. Speaking of amazing and so happy to see, Ric Flair announced that he is now cancer free. But that being said, I saw this, that Ric Flair has had to cancel a scheduled appearance at the ATL Comic Convention due to suffering a minor head injury. So I hope he's okay, but I also hope that this dude isn't just spinning this image here, because it looked as though he had a bandage on his head before. Whatever, I don't want to speculate on his health. Flair, stay fucking home, rest, eat a bunch of fruits and vegetables, and just chill, bro. Kick your feet up, drink cocktails at home for a bit, okay? Put some music on, dance with your wife. Is he still married? I don't know, not going to speculate on that either, but yeah. I'm sure it wouldn't be hard for him to find a lady, you know? So Devon Dudley, we talked about him before, and he's feeling great because of DDP. Yeah. And Devon DVD says that he's going to possibly return to the ring with CVV, Giga Chad Van Vliet. He says, I would say if I was to do one, it would be one. I would say no more. If I was to do anything in the ring again, it would have to be with Matt and Jeff. I would say Edge and Christian too, but they're in the other organization, AEW, and I don't think that would ever happen. Matt and Jeff are the only two I trust, even though I think Jeff is out of his damn mind, but those are the only two I would trust for my body on the line and go in there one more time. Man, I would love to see it with Edge and Christian too. Not even like a TLC, but if they're gonna fucking do it, here's the thing. Edge and Christian would do most of the lifting in that match, and like they'd make it more, like they'd add some buttery smoothness to it, because they can still go. Like those two dudes can go still. So anyways, yeah, Bully Ray challenged the Hardys on behalf of Team 3D, and it's going down in October, baby. So real Jimmy Hart had this to say. He said, Hulk is doing great, doing phenomenal. Last night at karaoke with Nick was absolutely fantastic, baby. And so we get another update, though, which I saw while we were on the air here. Jimmy Hart says that Hulk Hogan has, so confirming Bubba the Love Sponge's rant there on his show, Hulk Hogan has suffered serious trachea damage and is currently unable to speak. Despite the diagnosis, doctors say the Hulkster's still finding ways to lie. Oh, this is Centel. I got worked. Oh, my God.
Allegedly.
Oh, my God. I'm a fucking dummy. Everyone, call me a dummy. Everyone in the chat.
Dummy. Yeah.
Jesus Christ. I was over here crying. Holy shit.
Emotional damage.
I got worked by Centel live on the air, chat. Oh, my goodness. So, ladies and gentlemen, all at the same time now, You're a dumbass while I play a trumpet of failure for me. But not gonna lie, that is pretty funny. If it's fake, that's actually funny, you know? Okay, so Nicolo Piccolo, man, he's been all over the IWC. He's a Paradigm talent agent. He represents like a shitload of wrestlers and stuff. And so he was posting PWT as well. Did you guys see that? Posting a bunch of clips of PWT there. So Illuminati confirmed, dude. It goes deep. There's a conspiracy going on. We've all colluded to manufacture disinformation on to clarify. So Return of the Mac, Eric Earhart says, to clarify, the implication was never that you were taking them out of WWE. The idea strategy clearly seems to be to do WWE and Hollywood simultaneously. So what are they even arguing about? Why did I? Oh, this has to do with the Ricochet stuff. So Nicolo Piccolo says, what many forget or conveniently ignore is that a lot of so-called wrestling agents aren't even licensed. That's a serious issue under the California and Florida Talent Agency Acts. It opens the door to legal exposure, including mandatory restitution of any commissions unlawfully collected. This isn't the hornet's nest they want to kick. So that's wild shit to throw out there. But here's the thing. In MMA, it took them a long time to clean that up too. And even there, it can be janky. So in any form of entertainment, there is what is called janky promoters. Okay? There's a movie about that. So it just is what it is. It's part of the fucking entertainment business, man. Business. Yeah, Disney. The business, though, it is it's seedy and shit. And we're watching Yuta throw down with Hangman. I don't know. I'm not really into it, Chad. I got to be honest. I'm not a Yuta guy. So House of Glory, Zilla and Bully Ray, speaking of the Dudleys, they've been barbing back and forth. And Zilla is going to throw down with Bully Ray at HOG. And I wonder if JD will be on commentary. So New Japan announces that Gabe Kidd will be forfeiting his scheduled G1 Climax bout on Wednesday against Shingo Takagi due to his knee injury. This is the second tournament match Gabe has had to pull out of. It's a work. No. He's had to pull out of 2 matches, so it's unfortunate. Hopefully the crowd gets back on his side and everyone sort of gets back on his side as like, we have sympathy for this guy, AEW booked a reasonably length television match there. Shout them out. So we covered before on the show, and listen, I don't give a fuck, but it was like a public thing. All the dirt sheets are running with it. We talk about everything here at PWT. So over on Web is Jericho, baby. Web is Jericho, mama. So Joey Janela, all the dirt sheets were like, he broke up with Megan Bain or whatever. And then Joey Janela said, you want to see freaks? Look at the comments on this one, LMFAO. Sorry to the haters, but wrestling superstar Joey Janela and Megan Bain are still deeply in love with each other. So yeah, you can't take the sheets at face value on anything. The sheets also said like Roman fucking had a 6th kid. And then he was like, nah, it didn't happen. So that, ladies and gentlemen, was miscellaneous news, was it? Yeah, that was miscellaneous.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm afraid I've got some bad news.
And then just like a chain comes into play. He can't just like beat a guy and just walk it out, right? Like just walk it out, Hangman. Got to do all this extra shit. Let me check in with chat here. Okay, here. Rabid Wolverines LC Killer 17 for 2 says OF Championship Wrestling. Yeah, that's what RVD and Katie Forbes should do. They should do the because don't they have like only wrestlers? I wonder if YouTube doesn't like that one. They have like only wrestlers, which is like an OF for wrestlers, but it's like you can do whatever you want on there, just like OF type shit, right? But it's more like for wrestlers specifically, obviously. So I wonder if they could or should eventually start like a little fed, and then they could run shows on there. I think maybe, again, they're probably 10 steps ahead. You know? Let's check in with chat. What are we seeing on Dynamite? Yuta bleeding. He's a cornball. I don't know, man. I'm just not into it. It's just the same shit over and over and over again. I think about it over and over again. I replay it over and over again. I hate Yuta so bad. No, I don't hate him. Babyface who burned down a house, Raffle. That wasn't bad. Only 10 minutes. Babyfaces don't do this. I know. It ain't babyface shit. He's just a tweener. I'm a tweener guy. Bring back Braun panties match. No, I'm cool, bro. AEW neckbeards with the flutes. What's up, my guy? How you doing, man? And they take it too far. Yuta wasn't scared. That's for sure. Yuta blading, what a shock. Okay, chat. Let's get into let's play some banjos, some Banjo Kazooie for TNA news. So Eric Bischoff believes TNA can surpass AEW as the number 2 promotion within next year. Now, did we play this on the show? I think we did already. I can't remember if I played the whole clip, but he said that they're one deal away from being a major player. If they get the right broadcast situation, watch them take off within 1 year from now, as long as they get the right deal. Okay, so I'm going to keep that down there in case we have to defer to it or fact check, because Meltzer says some shit that I think we're going to fact check him live on the air, if my memory serves me correct here. JBL reveals he was originally scheduled for TNA Slammiversary, but explains why plans were scrapped. And so we head on over to Cultaholic. He says, I was supposed to have a real escalation of what we were doing in TNA. We had the whole thing planned out. All that stuff was going somewhere. I told everybody it was, and it was. I was going somewhere, and I thought it was. I was very excited about it. I was training for it. I got in really good shape for it. I was ready to go, and they called me one day and said, hey, we're changing our mind, and that's their prerogative. The person that said it is no longer there, and what they changed to, it never happened. I never got brought back into it after that. There is a reason it all kind of got put on the back burner. Okay, so listen, man, they need to... So maybe that was like D'Amore saying like, hey, I set up and built up all this shit with JBL. You're not just going to like, fuck that. I'm just going to cut that off. And that's whatever. That's his prerogative too. And so Carlos Silva, pick that up and yes, have something, do something with that. Okay. Most definitely. It's still intriguing. Like if he just still popped up places and clothesline people, I'd be down. The payoff can still happen. I'm here for it, Eric. Bound for glory. Speaking of Carlos Silva, he responds to backlash over WWE stars holding TNA titles at Slammiversary. So JC Jane and Trick Williams walked out with the TNA world titles. And so Carlos Silva had this to say, look, how do you respond? You respond by saying, I understand and I get it. If you saw the look on my face, that's all part of wrestling. I think there were some great payoffs at Slammiversary, like with Leon, who we talked about, and there's going to be more great payoffs as we build toward Bound for Glory. These are the paths that happen when you build these kinds of matchups. So to the fans, I'd say this. I'm glad they're talking about it. That means we matter. It means they care and we care, and we're going to keep growing it together. Now, let me hit a little X-Files or fantasy mark booking here, okay? So when AEW and TNA partnered up, Kenny Omega came in, grabbed their belt. No one cried like this. They were like, this is fucking crazy. And it popped ratings and shit. Ant Evans was on this show, confirmed that shit. And he fucking was there at the time. Okay. So, it did benefit them that way. But what Tony Khan didn't do, which he never does, is capitalize on momentum and shit. Now, with this whole NXT TNA invasion thing, and we talked about it live on the show, right, for Slammiversary, I was like, this is their Mania now, right? I always feel, to me, I felt like Slammiversary sort of became their WrestleMania, but I know BFG has been like their number one show or their WrestleMania, but like, what would you guys think it is? So basically, they're billing Bound for Glory as And chat sort of agreed with me on that, but Bound for Glory is like their biggest show. So I think that's where we'll see TNA like triumph on their side of things. And it'll be the, oh my God, maybe Trick could hold it all the way until then. Who knows? October, June, July, August, September. I mean, we're right there, guys. He could hold it a few months. When is it? Late in October. So they could have it all, this is their SummerSlam, right? So I think people we're expecting that TNA rah shit to go down. And maybe it should have for Santana while you're in New York, right? But at the end of the day, they have a vision in mind. And I think when Omega won that title from TNA and that kicked up a lot of momentum, they didn't capitalize on it the right way. And so WWE and TNA sort of see the value in that. And what's really cool, and you gotta note this, TNA guys are over with the TNA crowd and shit. So that's what you want, because the minute it becomes TNA, oh, that's just like a WWE show. Oh, that's just like NXT or whatever. Then it's like Raw and SmackDown, right? Like Vince created he wanted to compete with himself, Raw versus SmackDown, that sort of thing with the brand split and all that. And there was always that. And to this day, there's a lot of people who are like, Raw's better, SmackDown's better. Even we all have our opinions on that. Raw's cooking more than SmackDown lately, which is good. And that's why I think brand splits are important, even though WWE doesn't give a fuck about that. But the minute TNA becomes like, oh, it's NXT and TNA, and not in like the endearing, like, we love this way that we all talk about it, when it becomes like, oh, it's the SmackDown to NXT's, whatever. So once it becomes that, then it's not like compelling, and then it's shitty. But what they're doing is like TNA guys get popped for by the TNA crowd. Does that make sense? Am I verbalizing this correctly? I don't know. I'm also watching Mike Bailey's thing, and shit's all over the place. And I guess Jet Speed is just like, they're just a team, matching gear and everything. I don't know why you'd bring these guys in and make them a team, but okay. But yeah, so he responded. He's like, yo, it's all part of the show, baby. That's basically what he had to say. And I respect Carlos Silva. Speaking of respect, you will respect or you will rest in peace. Undertaker showed up and he hit the gongs on fucking Trick Willie. Okay. Where's my ding? And so I'm gonna play this. I'm not gonna show it because I can't.
Let me give you.
You guys will hear
one
it. But
more piece of advice. In the ass to step to an OG. Now, I can flip that switch real quick. But listen, Trick. When I do, I promise you, I will make you famous.
oh shit, that's his punchline. So then he choke slams him, as you guys can see here. Right, he choke slams him. Boom, gets him up. Look how high Trick Willie got, dude. Boom, and he was just selling like crazy. Now, what's the point to doing this, right? So NXT had a lot of shit pop off. This is in TNA news because Trick Williams is the TNA world champion, right? So it pertains to TNA news. Now, I never thought we'd live to see a day where Undertaker chokeslams the TNA world champion on NXT would ever be a fucking sentence that we'd ever be speaking, right? But what does this do? Unless Trick is going to beat the shit out of Undertaker and beat him in a match, what does this do for anybody? And I get it. It gives him the rub. Yes, and it gets him eyeballs, and I think NXT did a good rating. We'll talk about that in WWE news. But I don't really get what this does for TNA or what this does for Trick. I'm not too sure, unless there's some sort of like Trick hits Undertaker and then someone stands up on behalf of Undertaker in the weeks to come. I just don't know why you'd necessarily do this. And yeah. And for TNA, what do they gain from that either? I mean, the TNA title. No. I'll tell you what. TNA gains. TNA title on NXT, Papa rating, CW with Undertaker involved in a TNA world title segment. TNA can tweet shit out. Undertaker. Oh my God. And the reason as well, the reason that the WWE guys have the belts is because they are helping them get a fucking TV deal. And we're going to talk about the TV deal landscape a little more as we progress throughout the night. So stay locked in here. Guys, we've been chronicling these. Carlos Silva presents the latest TNA All-Star Award. And let's see who gets it this week.
In January, we targeted tonight, and we championship banners on the ceiling from other teams that play here.
So if you guys are unfamiliar, TNA locker room, they all meet up together. Carlos Silva hands out an award. Tony Khan doesn't even hold production meetings. I just talk to everyone separately. I talk to them each on Twitter. I send them a nice FaceTime video and a Starbucks card. It's great. Right? But then Carlos holds a meeting and then they hand out these awards. This woman standing behind him actually won one of them last time.
We're going to sell
So it's not
out.
just for the
The
wrestlers.
place is going to be rocking, and it's because of everything you all do in the ring. So thank you again for making it happen. We want to keep the tradition going. We've had a lot of fun together, and we've been doing some all-stars over these last few weeks. Everyone's going to be an all-star tonight because the place is going to be insane. But before we get into tonight, we wanted to just celebrate a couple people that have helped us get here today, and mostly also celebrate one person who's got, I think, great spunky attitude that never says no and always helps us move TNA.
Someone in chat said this guy's more cringy than fucking Tony Khan. How? That isn't humanly possible, dude. He isn't in any way.
Lish.
So here we go. Alicia Edwards.
It's definitely been a full circle moment for me. I got here in 2017 as Eddie Edwards' wife, from COVID with no fans to barely opening half of the side of the building to have those be there, and to be able to sell out this arena and doing it with the talent.
They keep saying sell out. They didn't sell it out. They sold out the, they sold out the fucking the setup. It's crazy that everyone plays this game, right? But it's funny because Meltzer, the reason no one's hounding TNA is because we go, yeah, everyone plays this game. We all accept it, right? But then with AEW, no one wants to keep the same energy. It's look, TNA does the same shit, Let's not pretend that it's not where, even when Switchblade said they padded the house a bit. They sold it that, we broke it down on the show. We're like, okay, maybe they padded it 1,000 fucking people. Good for them. Round of applause, TNA. Everyone does it. It's just when you are still mad about WrestleMania 3, but you won't keep the same energy for All in London, taking it back to the original fucking Wembley show, then there's a problem there. We got to make fun of it, But yeah, shout out Alicia Edwards. And I think someone else gets one here. Let's see.
To filling up an arena, to making sure that every seat is taken.
And he hands them a star, Meltzer style. Meltzer's like, they stole my gimmick, Brian.
That every VIP.
It's okay when he gives stars. Why is it okay when he does it?
Easy. And I've known Andrea for a long time. She's worked with me, and I can't tell you how much I'm happy that she's on our team to help us fill up arenas and lead marketing for us. So our additional all-star tonight is Andrea.
Andrea from marketing. There you go. So round of applause. Let's play Easy's clip. Let's do it. Let's hear what he had to say.
And they're making a lot of smart decisions. I remember when Carlos came on, they made an announcement when Carlos came on. And I was like, okay, we'll see what happens. But they're making they're growing incrementally, right? And they're doing it almost quietly. They're not out there thumping their chests and talking about taking down the competition and all the, the crazy stuff that, for example, AEW did in the very beginning. They're just quietly going about their business, producing great shows, bringing in great talent, and getting involved with great partnerships, and they're growing their business. And that's the part that excites me, watching a business grow. especially a wrestling business. Got a little bit of an affinity for it.
Yes.
So it's been fun watching TNA grow.
It's been shocking somewhat for me because I felt like they were almost dead a few years ago, right? It just felt like they were going nowhere, that they had no momentum, and now all of a sudden, 7,600 at a big arena last night. The deal with WWE.
Shout out the Ariel Helwani show, uncrowned 83 weeks, Eric Bischoff, the whole lot.
Has obviously been,
and of course, Conrad Thompson.
Beneficial, but it just seems like they have a ton more momentum than maybe 3-4 years ago.
They're one deal away from being a major player.
Wow.
If they get a broadcast partner, if they get the right broadcast situation, because they've got the product, they know what they're doing. There's a good team of people. They just need a bigger platform. And if they get it, watch them take off.
Are you surprised by this? Did you think they were dead?
I'm surprised by it.
Yeah.
I wrote about it.
Now we're going to look at some of this stuff broken down a little bit more as we get into AEW news. All right. And we talk about TV numbers and stuff like that.
Off a long time ago.
It felt like they had, there was no sizzle. It was gone.
There was no sizzle. There was no steak. There was no plate.
There was no nothing.
There was no pan. There was no anything.
Could they, at some point, pass AEW? They'll never get to WWE.
If TNA gets on like the CW or what are they talking about? It could be Fox. It could be, there's all these different things being thrown out. They could get 300,000 viewers. That's not outside the realm of possibility. That's why Dave's just trying to diminish it and mock it and laugh at it. And it's because Bischoff's saying it. And what does Bischoff know? His amateur wrestling thing's going to fail. So that somehow has anything to do with pro wrestling.
Let's not get crazy. But do you think they could be number 2? Do they have what it takes?
By this time next year.
You think so?
I think so.
This time next year, Eric? Really? It depends on the TV deal, though, right?
Depends on the TV deal.
If the TV deal isn't a big one, isn't a great one, that will be tough.
Damn near impossible.
Right. But you feel like they could do it this time next year.
With the right television partner.
They're number 2 this time.
Yeah, how do you...
So now Dave also, this is what I wanted to fact check. So Dave spins, the infamous Meltzer spin. So Bischoff, he misquotes Bischoff, then goes on a tangent about, a better TV deal or whatever. And it's like, Eric didn't even say getting a better TV deal than AEW. We know that that's not going to happen. Right? But Dave's trying to spin it to his dumb fuck listeners so that they think that that's a thing that Bischoff said, because they're not going to take the time to listen because they get triggered when they listen to both sides.
What's number 2? By what revenue, by what measure do we define a number 2? But I think
they do better ratings than TV ratings than AEW. Dave is just going to go, but their streaming isn't even comparable. On Max, though, the numbers are blah, blah, blah. And then they just need to show that they can do the same numbers in streaming or get picked up by a bigger streamer, which if what Dave says is true, then that'll be no problem for TNA. It could happen, right? It just all rides on rather the TV deal, which is what Bischoff's saying here. And then I'm not hearing him say, if they get a better one than AEW, and Dave's about to say that later in the night. You guys will hear. Make sure you stay locked in.
In terms of television ratings, popularity, they could be number 2 in a minute.
What are they doing right that you think AEW is not doing?
They're just doing the basics. They're doing the basics and producing a show for the mainstream wrestling audience, not for that 10% hardcore sicko that everybody thinks is a cool demo, because it's not.
Hit him with a sicko mode. So that, ladies and gentlemen, was TNA news. Let me play you guys a banjo. I'm checking with chat as well. Lincoln Hawk for 2 says, amazing what great leadership can do. # Silva. Yeah, that's our guy, Lincoln. That's our guy right there. I like that dude. He's a cool cat. It really isn't. Why is this match still going? Yeah, way too long. TK is even jealous Slammiversary made All In look like a joke. I'd like to think the relationship with WWE could open some doors with networks that wouldn't talk to them otherwise. Yeah, that's a big part of it. That's why JC and Trick are their champions as well. I think that'll all change. I think Bound for Glory will be So what did they say? 3 to how many months? 90 days, they said, right? When's BFG? We just counted it out. Let's use our fingers, everyone all together at the same time. Okay. June, July, August, September, October, 90 days roughly from when he said that is Bound for Glory. I bet they announce a TV deal and, Trick will drop and it'll be this whole big ordeal and all that, right? So, I'm here for it, Eric, as the kids say, right? So, what else do we have going on in chat? Let's scroll back down. It's still a few months away, right? Yeah, in October. Watching Disney Three Musketeers over AEW. Rebecca De Mornay is hot. That's a throwback. Amateur wrestling show has sold a whopping 600 tickets. Yeah, that's cool. It's amateur wrestling, bro. Yeah. I don't get why pro wrestling fans are like trying to shit on that. It's really hard for these like amateur, or I'll just call it martial arts in general. Like MMA can draw, pro wrestling can draw for just like jujitsu or, amateur wrestling or even just kickboxing and shit. It doesn't draw other than boxing, MMA, and pro wrestling. This match has gone entirely too long. Amateur wrestling, Olympic style wrestling. Yes. Not that together in a basketball arena. I know, dude. I know. They were ambitious, but oh, well, oh, fucking well. Like, what does it affect you? You weren't going to watch it regardless, It's not like a clownable thing. It's just a guy, Bischoff, invested in an amateur wrestling company, They had to cheat. Yeah, it was just a silly match. Okay, guys, speaking of WWE and partnerships, I think it's only right we transition into WWE. So, guys, for only 99 cents, you can become a member of this YouTube channel, and you get access to my bonus shows on Monday. Me and the members, we typically watch Raw, okay? And on Raw, Roman Reigns and Jey Uso had a big throwdown with, the bad guys, right? And there's a beatdown, and Roman comes out, and there's spears being thrown around and super kicks and all that. And we had talked about it. We said, oh, man, wait until Roman Reigns hits that yeet because he still hasn't yeet partied yet with Jey. Well, when they went off the air, guess what these cats did? So Roman had a fucking yeet party for the first time. It was off the air. They're going to hit it on a pay-per-view. At SummerSlam, it's official. Well, we'll talk about that in a minute. Let's yeet for a minute. See, listen to the pop, because that's his first time fucking doing it. That should have been on TV, dude. Yo, if I'm producing things, if I'm in charge of if I'm Triple H, right? WWE, listen, I know you guys are listening. No, listen. If I'm them, this is what I'm doing. I'm having Roman's music hit. Jug, jug, jug. All that shit. All the lights go out, and then these big spotlights, like blue lights, go on Roman. Right? And then these blue lights, and then he's in the crowd, though. He's in the crowd, like where Jey would come out from. And then the lights turn like white lights, normal. And then he puts the ones up. Everyone puts the ones up. You can even do fireworks on the stage if you want while his music's kind of kicks off. And then right when it's about to kick in, switches to Jey's music. He fucking walks up. And then Roman and Jey yeet down, yeet party at Yeeter Slam. That's how I'd fucking direct the thing, man. And yeah, dude, then they'd yeet party with Roman to the ring at SummerSlam. Fucking crowd just goes nuts, right? I think that's the way to do it. And Then it's like a special entrance for them too, because like Roman doesn't typically do that, but it's a callback to his Shield days at the same time, because he would do that. It ain't like he's not going to walk through the crowd. So doing that with Jay would just be crazy. And then he gets his big pop for his music hitting. Zhung, zhung, zhung. You know, everyone. Ah! And then fucking they just yeet it out. That I think that'd be fucking amazing. Anyways, moving along. Speaking of Roman, dude. And we covered on the members show, he dispelled the discussion of like, hey, the dirt sheets are wrong. I don't have 6 kids. They're just making shit up. I stopped after 5. And he sent out the offer to Jey Uso to team with him at SummerSlam.
So I'm sitting on the jet last night.
On the jet?
I'm just running it back in my head.
Run it back.
Keep hearing those squeaky little words that came out of Braun Breaker's mouth, running his mouth.
They squeaking.
Talking about a whole bunch of stuff that he just don't understand.
He don't understand. You don't understand shit, Roman. Yeah.
And I told myself, man, we can keep doing this.
We can keep
We
going.
just keep going out. We can brawl every single week.
Ain't gonna stop.
But these boys think they're the future.
Uh-uh.
And the only way to really become the future and become who you think you are.
Who you think?
Is by capturing the moment.
The moment.
And you can't do that only on Mondays now. You got to do it at the big PLEs. You got to do it at the SummerSlams, at the Royal Rumbles, at the Manias.
WrestleMania.
That's how I've made my career. That's how I've made my living.
That's how he gets down. Hooroo!
And sees that none of us are in title matches. We don't really have much going on. So we go ahead and extend the offer.
We don't need no belts.
If main event Jey Uso, the Yeet Man himself,
Yeet,
would trust me one last time. I loved it last night. I love standing shoulder to shoulder, taking on anybody. I love doing that with my family. If he'll trust me and accept this challenge with me, I say we take on the Bronze.
Bronze.
And Bronson Reed at SummerSlam with the dumbass in their corner. They can have him. We don't need him no more.
You stupid. We don't need it. Time's up. It's clobbering time.
We ain't got much time.
No time.
We will need some answers.
Who? I'm the hype man of the bloodline, the official. Speaking of hype man, so Tiffany Stratton came out for a redemption throw for her Citi Field first pitch, and then Nia Jax came out and they worked a little shoot work here at the Ball Diamond. Damn, they actually got a reaction. Y'all hear that? They actually got a reaction. Damn, they actually got a good reaction. That's crazy, man. That's awesome. That's so good. Makes me so happy that they actually got like a pop. Speaking of pop, Booker T kicks off NXT's show, and a lot went down at NXT. We covered a little bit of it and talked about how Undertaker chokeslammed the TNA World Champion, and we're sitting here questioning what does that really do for TNA? Well, no, we explained what it did for TNA, rather. It's the TNA World Champion gets chokeslammed by The Undertaker. Big headlines. They can play the clip on their show. They're headed towards the TV deal, etc. What does it do for Trick, though? I'm not sure. Is the main thing, right? But Booker T kicks off tonight's show, and he calls Blake Monroe Monica Monroe. Now, everybody jumped on this and was like, Booker, you dumbass, you're blah, 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 right? Monica Monroe, I guess, is a wrestler in ROW. That's actually a better name, Blake Monroe, Monica Monroe. That's way better, but that was already taken. So Monica Monroe is like a wrestler he has signed to his company. So that's why he made this mistake. But let's just hear Booker botching. It's funny, but I hope these suckers can all dig that this isn't a known.
And tonight, ain't nothing changed. We got The Undertaker in the house, y'all.
We got Ricky Saints taking on that monster Jasper Troy tonight, y'all. We got the glamour girl, Monica Monroe, taking on, actually making her in-ring debut tonight. Actually, as well as, you know what we got? We got a triple threat for the NXT.
So, yeah, well, let's just finish it. Hopefully I don't get sniped for playing that all in full, but it's off screen. WWE, be cool. Be cool.
Championship. And you know what I say about that boy Obafemi? No bread, no water, just me. And tonight.
Yeah, so I don't know. I love Booker. He was cutting and strutting that day. So SmackDown did their best numbers since post-WrestleMania episode this past Friday. It was number one again on all of TV primetime in the 18 to 49 demo. They did 1.546 viewers, up 11%, up 22% in the 18 to 49. Both the overall audience and the you guys can just I just get so like, oh god. 425 post-Mania episode is noted. The show is number one for the night on all of TV and primetime, beating the WNBA All-Star 3-point and skills challenge on ESPN. I think this show beat that too. Okay. WWE is saddened to learn that WWE Hall of Famer Ozzy Osbourne is no longer with us. Super sad day. He did his farewell concert, and then he's no longer with us. The Ozman, you will be missed. He lived a crazy, wild, fulfilling, fruitful, epic, awesome life, and had left a beautiful family, and he was surrounded by family and was loved according to them, and that's all you can add. And he went peacefully and everything, and fucking rule in darkness, Ozman. You know, everyone's got. I think War Pigs, they should just keep on as the Survivor Series War Games, or just whenever they do a War Games match, you know, they got to just keep War Pigs on in his memory. And yeah, dude. It is sad. WWE Hall of Famer. Everyone, round of applause for, you know. And then they just had like the Black Sabbath reunion show and all that. And yeah, I think they should keep his memory alive with War Pigs. And he has so many funny quotables too that people put out there, and you know, after his passing, and so many celebrities just sharing like how he was just the coolest guy. And I don't know if anybody has anything ever bad to say about Ozzy, like ever. Really think about it. He's one of those dudes that, yeah, he was just, I don't think anybody really had, like, yes, he bit a head off a bat and he was a wild man and all that, but I'm talking like in real life. There was no, I don't think there was any accusations or anything like that in his long career. He just stuck by his family, loved his family, was around his family all the time. Sharon would throw hands for him. I saw someone posted a clip of like some woman talk shit. She was like, yeah, Ozzy, like his brain's a vegetable or some shit. And then Sharon spit in a drink, dumped it on her, then started throwing hands at her, you know. And he loved pro wrestling. Like, look at this picture right here, dude, with the captain. What a fucking throwback. What a fucking legend. So, yeah, man. R.I.P. Ozzy. And I'll be listening to some more in the coming week. And it's one of those ones, man, where I'm not even, you know, it sucks. It does hurt. It's like, God damn, the Ozman. But here's the thing. You're not really, I'm not like deeply saddened by it. It's like, the dude's such a fucking legend. And, you know, he's in like a wheelchair and stuff. And it's, you know, he lived a long ass life, man. You make it to nearly 80. That's a good life, you know? So yeah, anyways, he will be missed, and fuck yeah. Shout out Ozzy. So CM Punk was trolling Roxanne Perez after Raw.
What are you doing?
What are you doing? It's late. It's past your bedtime.
No.
Okay, he's just creeping on girls, bro. So what also happened on NXT is the greatest championship in the history of the World Wrestling Federation or entertainment. Ladies and gentlemen, everyone rise to your feet. Rise to your feet. The GOAT has unveiled the greatest title to ever be put on WWE television, the Canadian North American Championship. Look at it in all of its glory. It's beautiful. It's so beautiful. The greatest North American champion of all time, the Canadian Championship. It is now in Canada. We actually refer to this as the Canadian World Heavyweight Championship right here. And the WWE Canadian North American Championship. Just absolutely glorious and spectacular. Glorious. I won't give in, I won't defend till I'm victorious. Right, Bobby Roode, another great fellow Canadian. That theme music should be passed down. I would play it if I could. Look at it in its red and white glory. Just admire the title. Bow down. Okay. Canada #1 in North America. Okay. Ethan Page taking things over. TNA taking things over. Canadian company. Okay. It's great. It's huge. Actually, Canada's growing. Every week it gets bigger and bigger. It's great. It's huge. This is the most prestigious world title since Lance Storm in WCW. I don't know what to say. Bask in its glory. Round of applause and bow down. To Canada, folks. We run this shit. And WWE and Fandango, not Johnny Curtis, but Fandango announced today. You guys all know Fandango, right? Announced today that the first ever 2-night SummerSlam taking place at MetLife Stadium in New Jersey will screen live in select Regal cinemas across the U.S. on Saturday, August 2nd and Sunday, August 3rd. Tickets for this cinematic event are on sale now at Fandango. So here's the thing, man. I don't know about y'all, but they're typically all the WWE pay-per-views, PLEs, or maybe not in the last maybe 5 years. I haven't really looked out for it, but where I'm at in Canada, they will screen on one screen at a movie theater. At least one theater in town will screen the whatever PLE. At least they did that before. Now that it's on streaming, maybe I'm not too sure if they do it that way. Or now that it's all on Netflix or whatever the fuck. But yeah, I'd have to look into that. But that's good if they're doing that again, because I believe they used to do that in the States. No? Or is that just a new phenomena? So here is John Cena giving Eddie Guerrero his flowers.
Eddie Guerrero fan. So my question to you is, when you had that match with Eddie, what did you learn or?
Let me check in with chat here. So Nax1 SDK became a new member.
Sometimes in life, you got to be a hoe.
Memberships are 99 cents, guys. You get access to my bonus shows on Mondays. And consider becoming a patron. Hit like, subscribe, hit dislike. Tell me to fuck myself. Tell me I'm awesome. Whatever you guys want to do. Vote in the poll. And I appreciate you. Wolverine DX gifted 5 Pro Wrestle Clips membership.
Acknowledge me.
Hopefully we get a cup of haters. Get the bonus show. Cup of haters. Thank you. Thank you so much for that. I really appreciate that. Chat, you can gift a membership or super chat in as well. That's welcome. Michael Driard has been a member for 10 months, and he says, I'm watching Dynamite, and all I can think about is why did Casa Bonita remove their waterfall? Casa Bonita. So the new South Park, I think, is out now. So they did this whole whatever. I'm going to talk about it on Phil Marks Out. I'm going to talk about every South Park episode, and I might even watch them on Patreon with you guys. But so that's my pop culture YouTube channel. If you guys like hearing me talk about wrestling, consider checking out youtube.com/@PhilMarksOut. And yeah, I don't know. I think they kind of drummed up some controversy there, but they got a shitload of money. And the new episodes, they're like in less than 24 hours, the new season starts. That's craziness that all of a sudden. So I'm going to watch that. Here, let me check in with chat as well. Just see what chat's chatting about. Chat me up, chat. Mel is crying about Ospreay. Shocking. Ospreay's injured. Yeah, he was hurt after the pay-per-view. We covered it on the fucking show here. He's banged up and hurt after the pay-per-view. And yeah, he's taking time off or whatever. Become a member. Yeah, get in the Discord as well. Come check me out. So if no surgery, Grok says normal recovery time is 6 to 12 weeks. Grok is redacted. Ospreay looks and sounds like a drunk bum screaming. Okay, come on. Yeah, they're just trying to say Stephen Colbert got fired because of Trump or whatever. Yeah, no, it's because he's a fucking hack. Those late night shows suck, dude. Bro, if you have 2 herniated discs, you aren't coming back that fast. Fake ass injury because he's afraid of the grind, bruv. Damn, you guys are going hard on him, guys. He's banged up. For real. Now, what's the extent of it? I don't know. But, yeah, you can't wrestle that stupid fucking style, man. And, like, Tony gave him all this money for him to exactly do this. Right? Whereas he could have went to WWE, wrestled a safer style, wrestled more, and have more longevity, and fucking made more money in the long run and set records and all this shit. And instead, man, Tony just wants these guys to destroy themselves, and it's fucked. But if he'll pay them to do it, then, hey, man, people pay Steve-O to fucking light his asshole on fire or whatever, right? I'm not judging how everyone makes their fucking money. Phil Marks, when we getting Nicolo Piccolo on here? I mean, like, guys, I could ask him, but, like, I just don't. I could ask him. It's just like he's a busy guy. He fucking the dude meets with like Shaq and shit. What is he talking? You fucking need to talk to me. You know what I mean? So he listens to the show. You know, he's a fan of the show. So and that's cool. And if he wants to come on, I mean, he knows he can reach me. He knows how to reach me. So he can just get a hold of me and fucking do that. Call me, reach me if you want to beat me. Impossible. When I was growing up, I fucking loved that show, dude. I loved Ron Stoppable too. Ron was raw, dude. Okay, let's move along. Here. Back into WWE. So yeah, here's John Cena marking out over Eddie Guerrero, giving him his flowers.
What advice did he give you that you would like to give or pass forward to any aspiring wrestlers since you're hanging it up that you would like to pass on?
Sure. For those of you who aren't WWE fans, we're going to go inside baseball a little bit. You're just going to have to bear with me. You saw one match with me and Eddie Guerrero. I was lucky enough to have a bunch of live event matches with Eddie Guerrero. Eddie Guerrero is one of the greatest of all time. And for those of you who don't know how WWE works, some matches are televised, some matches are not. So Eddie was one of the people that mentored me and one of the last individuals who was an improviser. I take a lot of my skills from Eddie Guerrero because he was a genius. Not only was he brilliant in his execution, he knew when to do things. And what y'all don't know is he was just making it up as he went along. So he was that astute to the audience. The most influential thing I learned from Eddie Guerrero, and something I'll never forget. WWE went through a boom in the Attitude Era. And then all those guys, we fired Stone Cold, The Rock left, The Undertaker got hurt, we changed the name, the XFL failed. There was a lot of upside down stuff. We started SmackDown and it had Kurt Angle as its anchor, but we brought Eddie Guerrero and a bunch of like Edge and me and a bunch of other new guys and people trying to find their way.
The SmackDown 6? The SmackDown 6. Kurt Angle, Chris Benoit, Chavo Guerrero, Eddie Guerrero, Rey Mysterio, and Edge. And Heyman knew, as long as I have them, and then you can bring in Brock, Big Show, Cena's on the come up. When Undertaker's healthy, right? But as long as you have those 6, you can fucking build a whole. They had the whole Cruiser Kidman. Billy Kidman came in the whole cruiserweight division. Ultimo, you guys remember when Ultimo Dragon was there too for a bit? But yeah, just the SmackDown 6, that era was so good. I love the Ruthless Aggression era. I know people shit on it, but I think that was one of like the hard bodiest eras in the history.
He was our champion for a certain period of time.
SmackDown and Raw were legit competing then. Like they were really at each other's throats.
And he used to tell me that it is the night when the fewest people show up that you have to work 10 times as hard, because the presence in that area isn't as strong. When I get a crowd like this, working the room is easy. If it's just you 5 in the front, I got to give my whole self to you. Not that I don't, but it's on those nights where business is bad. Do not ever, ever, ever phone it in. As a matter of fact, you work 100 times harder to get those people to go out and be like, yo, dude, you missed that show and you want to go back the next time. He was a person that was able to weather the storm through some of those lesser attended events and still put on these spectacular matches. He took being the champion very seriously, and that's something that I'll definitely not forget under his tutelage. And he also taught me to listen to the audience. I'm one of the loudest talkers out there. If you're sitting close enough in the WWE show, you get the match before the match, but that's okay. Because the tool
that's some inside ball. He's roasting himself. Like I fucking yell it out before it happens.
I learned from Eddie Guerrero is to listen to the audience, because they're the biggest piece of energy and they're the biggest star we have. And if you don't do something when they want you to do something, lose their attention. They'll be generous. They'll give you once or twice, but you lose them that 3rd time, they don't care about your match. And Eddie was always so surgical about not only doing the right thing, but doing it at the perfect time. He taught me to improvise. He taught me to listen, and he taught me to work hard.
Fuck yeah, dude. One of the GOATs. Eddie, to me, was
Eddie
like
Guerrero
my
fan, so my
all-time.
question.
Eddie was like my all-time, especially like when he passed. He was my favorite wrestler at that point in time. Him and Benoit were my 2 favorite at that time, you know? And yeah, dude, that's incredible. Giving him his flowers and listening to the audience. That's major key. Speaking of major key, Grayson Waller sends a message to Austin Theory fans after his injury announcement. And Meltzer and them had boo-boo face and were crying about Theory's hurt. And now Waller's a free agent and he's likely going to be on Raw. And he's going to be with the power of positivity, the New Day rather, and they were looking for the power of something, but they couldn't put their finger on it. And what they're looking for is POP holding it down, the power of positivity. And Waller's going to be the one. He's going to be such a rat bastard. You dirty rat. You killed my uncle. It's going to be him who makes them realize they need to be positive and all this negative shit is ugly and all that. And Austin Theory's going to hopefully get the babyface run he fucking actually deserves. I'm a big Austin Theory fan. I got to be for real. And I like Grayson Waller as well. Let's hear what he has to say.
I just want to send out a quick message to all 5 of Austin Theory's fans. I know tonight must have been hard, finding out that he is A-Town, down and out injured. But I just want to remind you, this isn't a time for commiseration. No, this is a time of celebration. We should be celebrating the fact that Big G, Grayson Waller, saved Austin Theory's career. Remember 2 years ago when John Cena buried him alive on Monday Night Raw? I remember. I watch it all the time. It's one of my favorite Raw moments of all time. But imagine where he'd be without Grayson Waller. I saved him. I gave him another WrestleMania moment. I gave him the WWE Tag Team Championships. Week in and week out, he got to perform against the best in the world because of me.
Yeah, they're going to feud, man. And I hope that it would be cool to see like Theory show up on Raw, even like shake up the roster a bit, have them feud Waller, and then maybe send a couple people over to SmackDown just to shake shit up. I feel like even though the rosters just bleed over, they need to just shake shit up a little bit. I think they need to, whatever. I've pitched it a billion times, but I just think if you fucking have the champions go on each show, then even if you did like, okay, let's say the Cody Rhodes is the WWE champion. I'm just like making up a scenario here, right? Let's say the WWE champion goes on both shows and there's just one world champion, right? Or you could even have the world heavyweight champion, but the world heavyweight champion goes on both fucking shows too. Then let's say it's like, oh, we have to do a contract signing and we're doing it on SmackDown, even though like he's fighting a Raw superstar, but that Raw superstar, like even I'll give that a pass. That's believable. There's some like, okay, well, WWE's just scheduling. They need to get this contract signed for their world title match on this upcoming event. So it gives an excuse for a Raw guy to come over or whatever. You know, you can give it a pass. I'm willing to, but they just don't give a fuck. So then when they say things like there's going to be a draft after SummerSlam, I don't give a fuck. You know, why would we even care? It means nothing. So again, with the whole theory, like, yeah, he's on SmackDown, but obviously he's going to get his comeuppance on Waller eventually. And even though people do cross over, it'd be nice to see, like, I'm enjoying seeing Waller on Raw a little bit. You know, maybe it's time to send Penta over to SmackDown, or maybe there's too many luchas over there. He's been crushing it on Raw. Maybe that Penta's not a good example, but you guys get what I'm saying. Like the Creed brothers, hey, you and Ivy Nile are over on SmackDown, and when Chad's back, he can join you there. El Grande is not Chad, I thought, so he's a Raw superstar, that sort of thing. Because like El Grande is sort of greater than the whole American Way group and everything now too. So just whatever. I'm just thinking of ways to shake it up just a little bit. And like Austin Theory on Raw, I think, and building him up properly could be cool. But maybe you want to keep him away from Breaker and all those guys for now. Who knows? But I'm down with, I love Daytown Down Under, but I'm down with them splitting up and us getting more progression with Theory as a singles. That's what I want to see. So Drew McIntyre shoots on CM Punk, and he says that he still fucking hates CM Punk for real on Logan Paul's impulsive dude. I had no idea you hated him like that, dude.
Punk is a genuinely awful human being, genuine piece of shit. Said it constantly, and I'm getting booed. The fans are coming down on me, and I'm like, how can you do this? I was your guy. I carried WWE through COVID. I proved to you I'm a good guy. There's no negative stories about me on the internet. Non-stop negative stories about him. You do a character study on him. My degree's in criminology. He's guilty beyond all a reasonable doubt. He's a terrible, terrible human being. I fought him in Hell in the Cell. I nearly bled to death. I lost by blood loss, not because he beat me. Disappeared for, how long was it? 3 months nearly. How many people called me? One. Logan Paul. All my brothers and sisters. I'm not going to go into it right now. All my brothers and sisters. Apparently, nobody called me to check in on me. All the fans moved on. And for the fans, I don't blame them. We're 52 weeks a year. No reruns, no off season. Doesn't matter if you're Stone Cold, The Rock, Logan, or Drew McIntyre. Unless you're right in front of their face, they're not thinking about you. Triple H sits backstage every week. They're not thinking, oh, Triple H is right there. Unless you're right in front of their face, the product moves too quick. It's not their fault. But my brothers and sisters, not to call me, to contact me, I realized what's important is getting what's yours and getting out.
Yeah, dude. Logan Paul's the only one who called him, you sons of bitches. So he also broke everyone's brains. Drew McIntyre said that 85% of the roster in WWE doesn't even deserve to be on the roster.
And the more you put me in those situations, especially WWE, it drives me nuts when I see some of our guys on some of these huge, public platforms, huge TV shows, because these days, no offense, but 85% of our guys don't look like they should be in WWE. They're on Netflix and stuff. And my buddies will contact me and go, yo, I've just turned on the wrestling for a while to see what you're up to.
Yeah.
It's cool to see people, Logan Paul's on there and he's killing it. The Roman Reigns, what a freaking star. That guy comes on the screen, comes right off the screen. You're a freaking giant. There's these other guys that look like they should be serving me my fast food, McDonald's or whatever. And it looks like I could kick their ass. It takes me out of it. And I'm like, oh, they're good at wrestling. And eventually you'll connect with them. But it's like, well, I'm not going to watch it long enough. I changed the channel. It's like, Jesus, guys, get in the freaking gym.
Yeah.
Or at least get something that grabs your attention. You don't have to all be jacked.
This guy, dude, with his sentence structure.
Oh, yeah.
He might talk better than us.
Yeah, for sure. Degree in criminology.
No way.
He might talk. Yeah. Oh, my fucking God. Yeah, man, facts. He might talk better than us, bro. Facts, Crody. He might talk better than us. Yeah, dude, I know, man. He's got a degree in criminology, dude. Man, shut the fuck up. Holy shit. But yeah, shout out Drew McIntyre. I love Drew McIntyre. I've been a fan of him for goddamn ever. I was watching him in those deep, dark Impact days even. And, like the What Culture Pro Wrestling, even back then and shit. So Well, obviously, right? But even 3-man band, like you guys, if you're drones, like we all get accused of being, we toughed it out through the 3-man band, right? So, but his transformation, where he just got fucking uber ripped, and from that run on all the way till through his time coming back to WWE, and John Cena describes someone who, even if there's 10 people or whatever, Drew's one of those guys, man. Like, if you see him on a TV show, if you see him on Raw or SmackDown, or you see him on a house show, he just gives it his fucking all. He doesn't phone anything in. And yeah, shout out fucking Drew McIntyre, keeping it real about how people perceive wrestling these days. And it's an unfortunate truth. It just is what it is, right? The medic who attended to Dominic Mysterio. So Dominic Mysterio is someone who everybody thinks they can kick the shit out of. So the medic who attended to him on Raw was Alex Garcia. Garcia has wrestled matches for ROH, CMLL, TNA Wrestling, and AEW. She has been regularly appearing on Booker T's Reality of Wrestling promotion since 2018 and is a 2-time ROW Diamonds Division champion. So good for her, man. Hopefully she gets signed or just keep grinding. She's obviously a young prospect that they've got their eyes on. So here's rapid fire. Shout out Robbie Fox and Barstool Sports. Here's rapid fire questions with CM Punk and Rhea Ripley.
The strongest wrestler you've ever been in the ring with?
Ooh, Bianca.
Brock Lesnar. The funniest wrestler you've ever met?
There's so many. I want to say the Usos.
It's either Jamie Dundee or Chris Candido.
Okay.
I think Jamie Dundee, just because he's such a character.
Jamie Dundee. Jamie Dundee. Is he not the guy who... He's like the hillbilly guy who did that shoot interview where he just went off. Am I wrong about that? And he was just wasted. He was smashed to oblivion, right? Where is it? Where's my goddamn oblivion?
Smashed your knee to oblivion.
Stiffest wrestler you've ever been in the ring with?
Terry Funk. There's a moment in my career where I wrestled Terry Funk, and I had an epiphany of why his punches always look so good.
Because they're punches?
Because they were real punches.
The first time you get hit with one, like, oh.
Yeah,
that's why.
instantly. Like, oh.
That makes sense.
All right, great. And then, why are you headbutting me? And then, I punched him, and he looks at me, and he goes, why did you hit me that way? And I was just like, what? I'm an old man. And then jab, and I'm like, oh my God, he's just with me.
What about you?
Probably Shayna Baszler, because that's just how we like to work each other.
Yeah. The best technical wrestler you've ever been in the ring with?
Alex Shelley comes to mind. Alex Shelley always would do stuff that would just kind of flabbergast me.
Yeah, innovator for sure.
Yeah, but also like really tight and really clean, not just doing stuff to do it, not slow.
Yeah, dude. Watch how like Alex Shelley sells and shit. I put it over on this show a bunch.
Floppy.
I feel like Asuka.
Yeah.
She sometimes gets me in things. I'm like, how did we get here?
And then the most painful finisher you've ever taken?
I don't know. I've taken so many. The thing that stands out most recently was Drew McIntyre's, I don't even know what he calls it, the double arm DDT, because it exploded. Exploded my tricep.
Future shock.
Yeah, that wasn't fun. That hurt.
I'd probably say Naya's, especially the one in Australia when I was on my stomach and she did it to my back. I remember she landed and I was like,
oh shit. Yeah, that bonsai drop is no joke. So in addition to CJ Perry, so we covered this in miscellaneous news, but Lana, she got this book deal where it's like she's writing an international spy thriller book, right? And I guess Paradigm, I believe they're teaming up like best-selling authors with professional athletes, right? And some WWE superstars are also slated to get books as well. So in addition to Lana, WWE stars Sheamus and Damian Priest are co-authoring separate novels in Paradigm Talent Agency's book to film initiative. Oh, so these are going to movies. So a little Black Widow action. Hey, that's fucking awesome, dude. That's amazing. A little espionage film, right? So she's co-authoring a spy thriller novel, Bulletproof Angels, with Blake Northcott. That's fucking amazing, dude. And they're making them into flicks. Hell yeah. You guys need a writer, hit me up. So here is Brian Alvarez talking about the Austin Theory breakup, and Brian's got sand in his vagina about it. And my biggest problem with Brian here is that he's trying way too hard to make it seem like he's baffled by, like, Theory got hurt, so Waller's just like, yeah, we're broken up, and that's how they do it. There's gotta be a payoff. It's like, obviously there's gonna be one.
I will not go on and on about this, but oh my Lord in heaven, Grayson Waller shows up to talk to the New Day, and he just says, after 17 months, Austin Theory is injured, and A-Town Down is finished. I don't know what's going on with Austin Theory, but there is no way that this is the end after 17 months. No. It's just not possible. There has to be more to come. Do you understand? I don't care if it goes another year. I'm not being strung along. Not that I cared, but you know what I'm saying? Not being strung along for 17 months for that to be the end. They need to do something. I will not go on and on about this, but oh my Lord in heaven, Grayson Waller shows up to talk to the New Day, and he just says, after 17 months, Austin Theory is injured, and A-Town Down is finished.
Yeah, so again, sorry that it looped, but this he's just acting like he can't believe he's stunned. It's the craziest. Like, people have given birth to fucking hands in WWE, and his reaction isn't that stunned, you know? He's just putting it on. But Jey Uso responds to Roman and accepts the tag team match.
Tribal Chief in main event, Jey Uso versus Braun Bronze at SummerSlam. Say less, Us. 4 letters, 1 word.
He's lit as fuck, dude. So, ladies and gentlemen, Natty Neidhart. I mean, we knew she was going to do. If you listen to PWT a very, very long while ago, I had thrown it out there. We're going to see fucking Natty everywhere. Go everywhere. Here you go. NWA, TNA, I could fucking see it. She's wrestling Masha and GCW, ROW, now AAA. And at AAA Alianzas. Hopefully I said that correctly. She will be there. And I think it says that it's a tour, so I don't know if she's making one date or what, but that's amazing. WWE files a trademark for Super Brawl. WCW Super Brawl. And so again, with the WCW YouTube channel, they can see what works well. Like, okay, when they post all these events, Thunder and Super Brawl and this and that, right? And then they can see what gets a lot of clicks, what gets trending in the algorithm and all that shit. And then they can figure out, hey, we might want to. Now, this might be them just retaining it, but they can also look at that stuff and go, hey, we might want to consider changing the name of NXT Deadline, or maybe not that one, but NXT, whatever the fuck, to Super Brawl, or we might consider adding Super Brawl and make it one of these like TNA versus AAA versus NXT cards or whatever. Or it would be cool. I don't think they'll use it for the main roster, but it would be cool. You know? But yeah, they just picked it back up, and it's cool to see. Speaking cool to see, before he unveiled the Canadian Championship, your world's heavyweight WWE NXT Canadian North American champion, all ego Ethan Page, the greatest of all time, is here on this H-Town live show with NXT Live set to take over. And this, I don't know, man, this shit popped me hard. Let's just watch this. I don't even know how to describe it. You just got to watch it. And Ego's here with Obafemi. and this newscaster lady just pops everyone, and Ethan Page like can't even keep it together. His face, he's like trying to hold his face together.
Yes, you can look, but you can't touch.
I can't touch it? Oh, I think Oba would let me touch
I'm
it.
messing on him.
I know. Oh, thank you. I'll make sure I use my jewelry polisher on it for sure. All right, you guys.
Ethan Page go fucking, you can what?
You what?
Oh, man.
Successfully defended my championship last Saturday. So I'm actually coming to Houston to celebrate.
Oh.
Yeah, I'm going to have a bit of a party with everyone in Houston.
And you're very well polished. I mean, you fit in.
Thank
you should
you.
go to the River Oaks district while you're here.
I'm okay.
I'll guide you.
I'm okay. I
You're
think I'm
okay?
going to come and go.
Oh.
Yeah.
Where is your celebration besides 713? Are you
No, it's 713, and then I'm probably going back to Canada if I'm being honest.
Oh, oi.
Yes, you can look, but you can't touch.
I can't touch it.
Going back to Canada, dude. True North, strong and free. So here is Nikki Bella. Here's a teaser for her on What Do You Want to Talk About with Cody Rhodes. Yeah, well, there you go. They also added Nikki Bella's stuff back to like WWE 2K, like her gear and shit like that. So some people are thinking, oh, they could just add her to the game, and out of nowhere they added Aleister Black back to the game. And sorry, I have to tweet something out. Some news just dropped that. Oh my God, this is crazy. Wow, this is crazy. Danielson's trending, so it just adds perfectly to the show this evening. Sorry, guys. I just need to. Here we go. Okay. Anyways, moving along here. We're gonna get to that. That's an AEW news. So Callis, though, he's just like ripping off El Grande Americano, Chad. Am I? Like, I know he's hyping up his guy, but like this whole better than El Santo, the greatest luchador who's ever lived. And it's Hechicero, you know, I don't know. It just feels we're getting a lot of that on different shows, and one of them's doing it way better than the other. Okay, moving along here. So Nikki Bella, she's
Do you
upset.
remember?
I knew it.
But that's back in the day, and they may have added her to the video game and Aleister Black to the game. Okay, I covered all that. So moving along. WWE Raw Netflix views for last Monday's episode were up once again. Of course, Roman's the big dog, man. Again from the prior week, with the show doing its most hours viewed since the 6-9 episode, which featured the Gunther Jey Uso world title match. The show scored 2.7 million views globally for the week per Netflix data, up 4% from the prior week, with 5.4 million hours viewed, down 6%. The views were tied with 616 as the best, blah, 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 as the best Netflix. No, we should read that. Since the Jay Gunther match, the show ranked number 5 for the week, US on Netflix, down from number 4, and 5 globally, up from 6. And yeah, it was number 1 in Canada, I think, like the next day or whatever. Again, I can't remember. I don't even keep track anymore because you just see WWE in the top list all the time. So that goes for NXT as well. So yeah, there you go. The big dog, Roman Reigns. So Variety wrote an article that says Raw Power. WWE hit 6 straight months in Netflix top 10. And that's in the US. That's not counting. Well, obviously it applies globally. Okay. But it's in the top 10. I bet if you went 6 months in Canada, you could say only 3 weeks they weren't like number 1 for at least the day or something. I swear, dude, you could break it. It's always in the top for me all the time. So all 3 shows, SmackDown, Raw, NXT. And then it eventually floats down and leaves, but it's up there with Squid Games and shit. When I'm looking at WWE right next to Squid Games, that's insane, right? So there's also a quote. We got a quote about what Netflix thinks about the partnership. And obviously we watched the Tudums where WWE's like the main focal point of the whole thing. We know how successful they are for Netflix and what Netflix is trying to do. Okay. What Netflix is trying to do is bring in the live sports, and they're trying to have weekly live content, and they work out the kinks with WWE, and at the same time, you know, they're selling ads, and they're getting everyone to streaming, and then streaming's eventually going back to like what cable used to be. We talked about this on the show before too. Like, you know, you have to buy 15 fucking different streamers, so it'll just come in like the same way a cable package is $60 a month, and I'll pick Netflix and HBO Max and fucking Hulu. Like, that's what it's going to end up being eventually down the line. And so they want WWE, man. They're loving WWE. They want to have WWE for themselves. They want UFC. I believe they're making a play for UFC. They can offer the international eyeballs, I think. And unlike pro wrestling, well, pro wrestling does translate everywhere, but MMA really, it catches fire like wherever it goes. And when, you know, India, they added India 12 million households or whatever, Netflix viewers in India to WWE got access to all of them, and the numbers barely changed. With MMA, I don't think that'll happen. I think we'll see like, holy shit, everyone watching UFC, because it's happened to every country they've sort of broken into. And on this most recent season of The Ultimate Fighter, they have a gentleman from India, and you're starting to see like MMA get more popular there, and with the lighter weight classes becoming more prominent, it's the way to go, you know, definitely. So either way, though, that's another direction. But what I'm saying is that Netflix is going to be in the TKO business, I think, for a good long time. I don't think that'll change. And I think that they're loving what WWE's able to accomplish for them every week live. So Devon Dudley is open to the idea of returning to WWE as a producer. So we know he's going to wrestle at Bound for Glory in TNA alongside Bubba Ray Dudley against the Hardy Boys. But he said that he would go back to WWE as a producer, which he did say in another quote. He's like, well, AEW, like, that's the other company. So it seems like he is at least signed to a Legends deal. He's in the video games. He's at least signed to some shit and would likely take a producer role if they'd have him, you know? And he says, I would do it again. I've never worked with Triple H in that part of the business, but yet I would come back as a producer and do it again. I spent 7 good years as a producer in WWE, had a great time and great moments. And that's from Giga Chad Van Vliet. So speaking of Netflix, the VP of Sports, Gabe Spitzer, on the success of WWE on their service. This is his quote. So we haven't gotten a quote like this from Max or anything. We haven't got a quote like this from WBD. They announced, hey, we're splitting into 2 companies next year, and they fucking AEW's nowhere to be found. And so Gabe Spitzer says, it's everything we could have hoped for and more. We knew going in that we're not going to change WWE. It was more, how can we add to it in small ways? And that's what we've seen so far. So there you fucking go, guys. Like, you don't need more proof than that. Dave can go ahead and, he can try and flip and twist and spin everything, but there you go. We heard it from the horse's mouth. So WWE reached out to Layla Hirsch about a potential tryout with the company as a referee. And a bunch of people, a bunch of fucking sickos who don't care about Layla Hirsch. They didn't care about Layla Hirsch when she was in AEW. Okay. Now they're just white knighting and pretending they give a fuck about her. And now they're like shitting on a potential job offer she could have and giving her shame before she could go. Who's the Vic D'Erico, like that really, really attractive NXT. She's gone viral. Everyone's like, oh, she's so hot. The fucking Vicky D'Erico or whatever, the ref. She's a real shoot boxer. Layla Hirsch is a shoot wrestler. She, for shoot, hurt herself really bad in pro wrestling. Maybe your ref is a good role for her. That could be a really good career for her. And maybe she could do what ref Jessica Carr is doing and wrestle on Evolve and shit like that, and maybe get some matches in, work some live events, help get people over, and also double as a referee. But no, you fucking sicko dumb fucks are going to shit on her for potentially having a career with WWE. Go fuck yourselves. You know, that's all I got to say. But Yeah, so that's via Fightful. Shout out Fightful for reporting this, that, yeah, they reached out to her for a potential ref trout. I think she should do it, man. And go put people over on Evolve. Wear a fucking mask, whatever. Like, don't go hurt yourself again. Where are you going to go? The Indies? What are you going to do? Oh, she could go to Japan. And what? And what? Get fucking dropped on her head with power bombs and shit? Like, come on, dude. She doesn't need to do any of that. Maybe take a gig at Bloodsport before you head to WWE, but take the ref gig. Stay in shape, and you never know, man. You never know. Take some matches on Evolve. Wrestle at some of those house shows. Put some talent over. Come on, man. That's a fucking dream job for anyone. Travel the world and referee and shit. That's like a success story, bro. See, that's the thing. In MMA, we see people like Frank Trigg, who was a fighter, talked mad shit, did some kind of sus stuff in the octagon, may have grabbed a balls or grabbed a butthole or two in there, done some kissed an opponent in the ring, talked some crazy shit. And then he went on and became a referee in MMA. And we fucking applaud that. We need more people who did it to fucking ref and judge and these sorts of things and coach and train. You don't think she could give some insight too on a little bit of psychology of pro wrestling? Come on, man. Don't, like, these sickos are going to, oh, that's disgraceful. That's what they're all saying. What a disgrace. Why? So they can sign her and she can wrestle on fucking Evolve and you guys can clown her and go, oh, they just take AEW talent. Like, what, like, you guys won't be pleased with anything. So, Layla, don't listen to these assholes. Go to WWE, be a ref, and you will find more fruit. And people are like, oh, the grass isn't always greener. It's like, well, hey, you're not even applying that correctly. It's not like she's said, oh, I'm going to go to WWE and fucking, to me, that sounds like green grass. She fucking got a severe injury in AEW. Sounds like green grass to go there. Sounds like the fruit is ripe over there. Holy shit, be a ref, and I can train with legit people, help them out in the ring, potentially wrestle on Evolve, do my ref thing, travel the world and be a part of the wrestling business and have a fucking job while I maybe hold seminars on the side for amateur wrestling or whatever. Like, you goofs need to shut the fuck up, and she needs to not listen to those people, okay? Because they don't even think it through fully. They just say dumb shit on the internet. So Jim Ross says, King, I've never watched one episode of WWE Raw since it moved to Netflix, King, by God. So shout him out. I don't expect you to, dude. You need to focus on your fucking health and drinking the Moscow Mules and just living your life, bro. If there's no time for Raw, hey, man, we are not worthy, Jim Ross. Hey, you do you, brother. I'm not fucking, you should be watching WWE. I promise there's one guy out there at least like that. Good. Don't watch it. I bet if you asked him the same question about Dynamite, maybe he watches it so he's at least in the know in case he does want to go to work. But again, last time he went to work, he fucking fell in the hotel room. And I said it before the event. I was like, man, it's awesome if they bring him out there at All In. I love that and everything, but just keep him safe and like just don't fall and just like for real. And that's not me being a smartass. That's for real. Like, just bubble boy him, saran wrap him if you're going to bring him, put him in fucking, like, just keep him so safe. Have someone with him at all fucking times. And if he doesn't want that, then just say, you know what, Jim, fucking, I'll just pay you the money to be at, well, he's paying him anyways. So, how about I just fucking send you the money for a nice dinner or send in a fucking pre-tape and I'll send a guy to your house with a green screen. Send us a pre-tape, Jim. You don't need to go anywhere. That's what I'd fucking do. If you're just going to keep them on retainer, I guess is what Tony Khan does, which I'm not against. I want to see all legends get their money. And I like when they sign legends deals in WWE. And I like when Kerry Von Erich gets money from, or Kevin Von Erich rather gets money from, AEW. So yeah, Nia Jax got picked as the Jennifer Lopez lookalike during the Mets game, and then she ran out and fucking fought Tiffy. So there's that. We have Jelly Roll on Stephanie McMahon's podcast. What's your story? Just talking about his journey in WWE And if you look, man, he's objectively way chunkier in the Austin Theory chokeslam spot than he is now. So that hard work is paying off.
I get the chokeslam Austin Theory. Dude, man, that was the night I caught the bug. I left there that night and nobody else knew it, but I knew I was going to lose enough weight to take a match if they'd have me. So I walked straight to the back and I'm like completely tone deaf in the moment. Now I've been around y'all's business enough to know how wild this was. But I walked back like they're not in the middle of producing the show. And I'm like, everybody stop what you're doing. I was like, Paul, if I lose another 100 pounds, can I do one of these? He was like, yeah, man. I was like, for real. He was like, we'll figure it out, dude. We love you. And I was like, you promise? And Paul's producing the show. And I'm like, I swear. He's like, yeah. I'm like, all right, cool. And I leave and I'm like, right then, circle back around, WrestleMania this year. I'm down about another 75. You know what I'm saying? Paul's like, dude, you're looking good. I was like, am I looking match ready? And Paul goes, you're really close, man. And I was like, what about SummerSlam? He was like, you do your part, we'll do ours.
How cool. Wow.
Dude, like, and it was like, it really became a North Star for my journey 2 years ago when I started the process.
Wow.
You know what I mean? Of like, that's something people don't know is that I've worked my way to this moment. You know
That's
what I mean?
amazing.
Like I have truly, and I know my personality. This won't be my only match because now I'm going to want to see myself do it, knowing it and in
Right.
better shape. I know I haven't even done the match and I'm already so inspired down here, Stephanie, that I'm already like, when I lose another 60 pounds and I get to come back, I'm coming off that top rope.
Oh, wow. All right.
You know what I mean? Like,
All right.
I swear.
Just don't break a goddamn tibia like Edge or whatever.
Fair, dude.
coming off the top rope.
This is bothering me how much I'm falling in love with.
Yeah, he takes it really, really fucking serious, man. And everyone's a fan on the periphery of like Ric Flair and Hulk Hogan and all that shit. And
I get the chokeslam also.
now that he's gotten a taste for what it really is, you get addicted to that. And the reason these celebrities get addicted to it too is because like they perform in front of live crowds. That shit is like addictive. But it hits different in pro wrestling. Pro wrestling is so special, man. It is the only sport or entertainment where like the crowd is, it sounds so fucking silly, but it's just the truth. Like the crowd is a part of the show in a way, like more so than any other fucking sport or show or anything like that. So maybe like Mentalists, I guess the crowd is a part of the show, but they just plant people in the crowd, pal. So does wrestling. But yeah, shout out Jelly Roll. He's taking it serious. So NXT scored their best audience since February for Tuesday's episode. NXT averaged 747K viewers. Holy shit. Up 27.5% from last week with a 0.16 in the key demo. Up 33%. Placed 6 for the night in prime time in the 18 to 49 demo. Year over year, NXT was up 18%, but down 16% in the key demo. Yeah, man, Undertaker's a draw. So Ron the Truth Killings linked up with Metro Boomin, wants some Mo, and they are making some music, dude. Can't wait to hear it. So Ariel Helwani had this to say. He just buries Logan Paul here. So let's let him set this up. We're skipping ahead here. Shout out the Ariel Helwani show and the boys in the back. And he fucking roasts Logan Paul here. For real, he's like, this guy's just a glazer in real life.
Legit. I thought we were gonna go in business together. In the end, he went in business for himself. In the end, he stabbed me in the back. I should have known better. I mean, that's what everyone says. I should have known
Smoil
better.
unless he slit your throat. Smoil
Here's
unless
the
he
knife.
slit your throat.
Here's the freaking knife. Can we hear that one more time? What does he say? What does he say?
So here's him and Logan Paul, and he's just talking about how Logan Paul's a rat, calls him a D1 glazer.
Straight up, this guy's a D1.
That's what he said?
Yeah.
D1 glazer.
Run it back. I got to hear it.
Covers the mouth. Coward.
Here I am.
And then he flies with the
Look at me explaining to Kate.
Before.
It's
John
insane.
Cena and CM Punk were headlining tonight. He should have been headlining.
Yeah,
What are we
it's
doing here,
insane.
Triple H?
Yeah, dude, you're a great hype man.
This guy's a D1 glazer, bro.
This guy's
So yeah, Logan Paul, Ariel Helwani's putting him over. Like, this guy should be headlining. He's working, he's trying to work the gimmick. And Logan Paul low-key, right? So that he doesn't see it or hear it. He talks into his microphone for his vlog, calls Ariel a D1 glazer. Super fun.
Look at me explaining to Kate.
John Cena and CM Punk were headlining tonight. He should have been headlining.
Yeah,
What are we
it's
doing here,
insane.
Triple H?
Yeah, dude, you're a great hype man.
This guy's a D1 Glazer, bro.
This guy's a D1 Glazer, bro.
You continue to glaze.
Yes. I think he's saying like, yo,
Headlining for the title.
Stop the glaze.
yo, you know how embarrassing that shit is? This guy's a D1 Glazer, bro. Like he just met me. Like he just met me. Like I'm some geek off the street. You know what's crazy about that? As I'm rewatching it, like the way the energy that I was putting into explaining to Kate, who knows nothing about WWE and probably thinks it's all wackadoodle stuff. It's like that meme of the guy being like, "Yo, you see this guy? He's this dude's
the
with
explaining
drones."
guy to,
yes,
to the
yes.
woman. Yes, that's you.
You know this guy right here? He's flipping with drones in his hand.
And then that
this-
guy who you're explaining about calls you a D1 Glazer.
Have you spoken to Kate since the incident? Have we?
No, I need
Have
to
we
send it to
clarified with her whether she thought
that I was
you were
glazing?
being a D1 Glazer?
The glaze was real?
Yeah, was she thinking in the back of her head? She was like,
I need to
this
ask her.
motherfucker is glazing.
I need to ask her. She probably was thinking.
That's fucking hilarious. Speaking of hilarious, ladies and gentlemen, it's Rusev Day, but it's also Ren's Day, ladies and gentlemen. Let's check in with our girl, Ren Sinclair, leader of Ren QCC, who her match with Blake Monroe, she was tasked with, helping get Blake Monroe over a little bit here. But there was a whole thing where Jordan Grace runs out and beats up like 10 dudes, and it was pretty fucking awesome.
Hey guys, happy Wednesday to everyone except for these traders. Anyway, sorry this video is so late. I literally just got off a plane, came here, ate a Lunchable, and now I'm standing in front of the camera because, my cameraman couldn't bother to show up. And of course, now we're not going to get the good angles and it's just not going to be the same production value that I wish it was. And I'm sorry because, I signed up for this, but also, you guys kind of signed up for this, but, we're just going to, do it. Just do it. Oh, also, we're doing the Wednesday rankings. On the bottom of the pyramid,
A Wednesday rankings.
we have Ren Sinclair. Not because of the L I took yesterday, because of the L I handed out 2 weeks ago when I threw in the towel for Tavion. We discussed that. We moved past that, but I still deserve to be here, guys. Still deserve it. Next, we have Blake Monroe. I feel like I don't need to explain this one, but honestly, she keeps saying glamour is forever. And that's not true. I've seen a lot of ugly old people, so she's lying to you guys. I just thought you should know that. She's lying. Next, we have Charles playing dirtier than a kid in a sandbox. And also, I was thinking about it. I feel like Mustache Charles wouldn't do that to Tavion. Mustache Charles wouldn't do this to the NQCC. So maybe we just need Mustache Charles back. Next, on our second tier, we have
Mustache Charles.
Ow. Ren Sinclair. I let you guys down. I took an L in Texas, despite all of you guys, most of you guys, having my back. I'm sorry. And next we have Tavion. That's right. I think I hit it right. Tavion, could you stop trying to leave? And not in a don't leave, in a please don't leave. At the top of the pyramid, we have someone who I think did really well yesterday, despite circumstances. And
Who do you think is at the top of the list?
they say, it's not about wins and losses, it's about learning. And what she learned was that
Drum roll, please. Chat. Who do we think it's going to be? Who do we think it's going to be?
This is amazing. Ren Sinclair.
Ren Sinclair. It's always Ren.
Let's just get a little zoom in on this. Ooh.
And that, ladies and gentlemen, round of applause for Ren's Day WWE News, Ren's Day edition. Okay, there's 300 people watching. If you're on YouTube, or if you're on X rather, come on over to YouTube. Guys, run the likes up to 100. It's good for the algorithm. Vote in the poll, youtube.com/@ProWrestleClips. Consider becoming a member. Consider gifting a membership. Consider checking out my Patreon. There's a bunch of exclusive shit, and you get access to my bonus shows on Mondays. And make sure you guys run the likes up. We're at 70 likes. We actually have a very special guest joining us on the show before we get into our next segment here. Ladies and gentlemen, Chris Jericho.
I look and see it's not just me. So many others have stood where I stand. We are the young, so raise your hand. They call us problem child. We spent our lives on trial. We walk an endless mile. We are the youth gone wild. We stand and we won't fall. We're one and one for all. The writing's on the wall. We are the youth gone wild. Let it get wild. Yeah.
You guys do it to yourselves. You guys do it to your goddamn selves. We hit 100 likes. Jericho might come back. Thank you for touching base, Jericho. What do we have next? We need to get into some AEW news, ladies and gentlemen. But first, yeah, I'm going to check in with chat here. Mark Briscoe's come out to chop back and forth with MJF, and he got sort of slapped around by the Hurt Syndicate there. Okay, so in Chicago, they are going to see, this is how you build up fucking excitement. Let me check in with chat here. Still in a program with MJF, I guess so. I'm excited for, I'm going to go see Happy Gilmore. Or I'm going to see, I'm going to watch Happy Gilmore when it comes out. But I'm going to see Fantastic Four tomorrow. So I'm excited for that. Happy Gilmore is going to suck. Yeah, maybe. Has Claudio ever been less relevant? He's still in a program with MJF. Claudio and Briscoe is the main event. We get Painmaker and Judas in WWE. That'd be fire. Woo for Jericho. One Jericho equals one like. Oh, God, no, my fucking ears. Yeah, dude. Okay. All right, let's get into, ladies and gentlemen, all together now. Ichi ni Sanda for AEW news. So we see the trend here, Raw. So interesting comparison of Google Trends data between Dynamite and Raw over the past 12 months. You can see a massive spike during the weeks WWE moved to Netflix. Whereas we saw zero spike for AEW on Max. You would think 300K new weekly viewers would have caused a spike in interest, right? So just an interesting little graph to bring to the show. So Bryan Danielson, which will be the through line of this AEW news section, he's a dumbass. Bryan Danielson is being fucking stupid with his health and safety. Idiot. No, listen, I love him. You guys know if you listen to the show, he's one of my all-timers. But some of the shit you hear and some of the shit he said in some of these like promos over the years and stuff, or like at these scrums and shit, it just seems like he's I don't know. Listen, he's not cleared. He's reckless a little bit. Okay. I think I'd just throw that out there. And I'm not saying this is a bad thing. I'm not saying I dislike him or anything. And obviously we're playing, you can't hate the player. You got to hate the game. And, but yeah, Bryan Danielson is stupid, and he's playing he's going against medical here. So even for AEW standards, I guess not everything he did at All In was cleared, and he just went ahead and did some shit, and that like concerns me, man. You know, because I love the dude. Honestly, that's what it is. I don't want to see him like have to. I don't fucking know, dude. Wrestling's a scary thing, dude. We saw what happened to Benoit's brain. We see what happened to people's necks in the industry, people's hips, backs, and all of these things, right? My neck, my back. And so Danielson, I just hope that, I just want to see him like be healthy and not like in a fucking wheelchair. He's got kids and stuff, that's all. That's where my concern comes from. So I'm going to call him out. Stop being a dumbass. Okay. So Danielson, love you, bud. He says that he had some moves cleared to use at All In. And let's just listen to what he had to say with Brie Bella. And there's a few clips from him. And we have clips from some WWE superstars talking about him. We have your boy Phil Marks, PWT, having a tweet about Danielson that went semi-viral here recently the other day, and he's trending right now tonight for something he says about Moxley and AEW that might shock you, which is actually not him being a dumbass, but he said that that part got clipped while I was on the air. Otherwise, I would have probably wrote Danielson buries Moxley or something like that. But here we go. Let's listen.
Mm-hmm.
Were you supposed to do the moves you did?
Well, some of them I had cleared. Some of them I did not.
Of course.
But I was feeling it.
So
I was feeling it.
For all of you listening who, if you didn't watch AEW, my husband, he retired. Bryan retired November, right? Or October. And
I don't use the R word.
Yeah, no, Russell. No one's truly
We do use the R word here. You're redacted.
retired. But okay.
No.
Hasn't been
Danielson, I'm not saying he's redacted. We're making jokes here.
in ring since then.
Mm-hmm.
And a lot of stuff with like healing and where Bryan is at and the doctors just feel and list goes on. So I was dying because when he got into the ring, and then I was like, oh, okay.
Did you see my Blue Panther mask?
Yes. Which I was like, so Bryan. And then when I saw you just do like all the different things, I was thinking to myself, like, no way.
Mm-hmm.
I'm like, I knew Dr. Sampson was going to be so upset.
To be fair, he wasn't upset.
You just thought you were an idiot.
He did think I was an idiot. I also...
And by the way, everyone
I had
thinks you're
cleared-
back. Because you did all that, everyone thinks you're back.
And that's the thing, man. Like, that's why WWE doesn't let you do that. AEW is just ultimately exposed a lot of stuff about the wrestling business that like people understood before, but now it's like highlighted or it's underscored, This is why WWE doesn't let you, because it's like, oh, you're stupid. And now people think you're back. That's why they don't let you do that shit when they think there's a risk of like, man, you've been rocked a bunch of times, huh? So again, man, we're playing loosey-goosey in a time where Adam Cole we've covered it ad nauseum. He gets power bombed on the fucking apron. Now he wrestles a match 2 days later. He's got concussion-like symptoms. We don't even know if he's ever fully been 100% when he did come back. And when he did come back, he admitted he still had vertigo and shit. Then he jumped off the ramp and broke his foot on that entrance or whatever. And then he was out again. He's like frail and like unhealthy. And I'm not saying that again to be rude or anything. I fucking love Adam Cole. I called him a legend. Some people were like, a legend? Yeah, dude, he did some shit. If you're just a pro wrestling fan, he goes down in the history. Like, you can't tell me the black and gold era, the undisputed era of NXT isn't like that was one of the dopest things in pro wrestling history, So, Adam Cole, it's the same thing where that's going on. And then Danielson's admitting all this. And then we look at like the Matt Hardy shit. And I don't know. You got to understand why this doesn't come across well. Why the fuck would you even do this? I don't even get why Danielson, who's on the disciplinary committee, mind you, why would you even say this on the internet?
I'm not back.
I know. Well, actually, to be honest, I was confused. I think
You thought I was back?
Well, I go, is there something I don't know? I'm like, tell me.
Yeah, and so he does shit on WWE a bit. Not even shit on it. He just stays honest. Like, he's honest about, I love wrestling Cena. I love Vince McMahon. I love, I love this and that. But he also talks about how, and who knows if he's being honest about it or not. I think he is, because he didn't have kids in WWE really. But then in AEW, he's able to do the whole, like, share the all-in Wembley stuff with his kids, man. And so I could totally see why that usurps his time in WWE. But we have more quotes from him and more Danielson stuff to check out here. So Danielson still thinks WWE is a parody of pro wrestling sometimes, which is crazy. You would say that when you're in a company that Orange Cassidy wrestles in. But Danielson says, I think the AEW shows for the last several months have just been incredible. I watch the product every week at home, both shows, and I just think that the people, the wrestlers. See, here's the thing with Danielson. He's a super indie. I just want to have fun. And, like, he does take it serious, but he's just like the super ultra indie. He doesn't take himself too serious, but he takes wrestling serious. And he's just like an ultra indie, want to have fun guy. And never thought he'd even probably make it to where the fuck he did and the level he did. And he's an anomaly. A whole mania got built around it. And I said it all the time too. Like, even Jim Cornette, people who praise Danielson, they need to know, like, I've seen it. He's been on an indie match where the match gets fucked up. Like, the finish gets fucked up. And then he's like, well, let's restart the match because you all paid your tickets. Like, that's horrific shit that the likes of Jim Cornette, as an example, would rip to shreds. But even Jim Cornette would put Danielson over. That's how fucking good he is. Legit, And at the end of the day, I think AEW, he's just able to make so much money and have so much fun. And Tony Khan said it in a fucking interview. He's like, if anything were to happen to me, I'm putting things in place where Danielson would run the company and shit. So why would Danielson ever... Like, why would he want to go back to WWE? Triple H, think about it. He might even have resentment towards Triple H, as I've pointed out numerous times. A lot of people's heat, MVP's heat with Triple H and shit, it mostly stems from fucking their time as talent together, man. And how Triple H as a talent would politic and how people perceived him and Shawn Michaels and shit like that. That all has an effect later. And some people are able to work with it, and some people worked in WWE for 10 years now, where that was Triple H really wasn't. He was more of an office guy. They didn't really have to deal with his shit too much, unless you're maybe at the tippy top, right? But that's Punk got out of there. That's like when Punk got out of there, So things change, and so some people just, you're never going to be able to shake that. And Danielson, that could be a huge fucking factor. That he had to wrestle, like they had to change a whole WrestleMania because of a Triple H insert, essentially. And they tried to not have Yeselmania be a thing, WrestleMania 30. And Danielson might just be like, yeah, I'm having way more fun. I'd rather do this than whatever. But I'm just concerned about the medical part, bro. Like, Dr. Sampson's just like, oh, it's whatever. Are you going to be making a speech like Adam Cole? And this isn't like, I'm not trying to be funny or morbid here, but like, when does one cross the I'm Chris Benoit now threshold? I don't know. That's the other thing. We don't know with the whole CTE stuff and how it affects everybody differently. At what point does an MMA fighter or a football player or a pro wrestler or an athlete cross the point of like no return? Why risk it? That's all. He's got an office job, so just Danielson, don't be a dumbass, Anyways, he says that the wrestlers, the people involved in the creative, everybody's doing such a great job. So that's like, listen, I'm not afraid to be critical of a creative process or what I see in that sense. Maybe even when I was in WWE, I would say, okay, sometimes this feels like a parody of wrestling to me. I wrote that in my book that was put out by WWE. Even now, WWE seems like a parody of wrestling to me at times. See, it's crazy because it's just difference of opinion, but like, definitely, I would say AEW, you almost have to watch it as a parody of wrestling, whereas WWE's far more sports based. Okay. But there's a lot of people that think this fucking strong style shit is like more sports based, it really doesn't make it that way. It really doesn't mean that, you know? Yeah, I don't know what else to say about that. Everybody has an opinion on this, and you'll probably just hear me regurgitate the same shit. So I'll just leave it at that, you know? Danielson, though, says that main eventing WrestleMania 30 doesn't mean that much to me. So that's pretty crazy. But think about it, though, as well. Now, either he's just talking shit, or think about it, though, what he had to deal with and go through. And he had to go in that match and let Batista, and I'm sure he marked out and loved doing it, but like Batista and Orton beat the shit out of him in that 3-way match, dude. Like they were putting him through announce tables and fucking that. It was crazy the shit they did to him in that match. And he had to wrestle Triple H earlier. So, you know, he probably went into it with a chip on his shoulder and he had to fight for it. And although it probably feels like a great achievement and a victory for him, just as a creative, the creative aspect to him as well might be sour grapes on that night. So again, this is his perspective, or he's just riding for Tony Khan right now when Tony Khan needs support and he's just backing his shit, and good for him, man. That's his job, you know? So I went semi-viral for, 117K. That's mini viral, you know, 1.4K likes. And I just quote tweeted this and said, The Miz was right. So here's a throwback to when Danielson and Miz threw down face to face on Talking Smack, and Danielson did run away. Honestly, Miz beat him in this promo battle, and Miz is right. And this highlights it all right here. And this just shows you the difference in mentality. And so a lot of people would point this out, you know, Danielson is a numbskull even from this. But at the time, a lot of people got behind Danielson because Miz is the guy you laugh at. He's the shitty reality star guy. But nah. Go back to day one, PWT. Miz is that fucking dude. Okay? And he's come such a long way. You want to talk about progression. Look at his original shit from Tough Enough and his original Raw appearances to now. Like, talk about a fucking career, man. And let's just take a listen back to this old throwback clip here.
A gentle way to say it, to me, you wrestle like a coward. You wrestle like somebody who's afraid to get hit. Like,
I wrestle like a coward.
You wrestle like you're afraid to get hit. Now, he would get out of the way of dives and shit, but that's just it, man. Growing up is realizing that pro wrestling, like, it's not about afraid to get hit, but, like, you're not even trying to hit him, Danielson. That's the fucking point, you know?
So like a coward.
I'm the one.
If I were to create a wrestler who, to me, like, embodies, like, when I was an independent guy and I was thinking, like, oh, okay, what's this?
When I was an indie guy. Well, you're not an indie guy.
Soft WWE style, it would be that. WWE is transformed in the last.
Hold on, you had your chance to talk. You're the one that called me a coward in the wrestling ring. I'm the coward in the wrestling ring.
Yeah.
But let's talk about cowards for 1 second. The reason I wrestle the way I wrestle is because I can do it day in and day out all the time for 10 plus years. I have never in my career ever have been injured. I don't get injured for 6 months to a year. I am here each and every week. But you sit there and call me a coward? Yeah. I'm the coward. Wait, let me tell you.
Yeah, dude, for real though. Like, bro, you're sitting at home licking your wounds all the time, and I ain't been injured one goddamn time, and I'm here night in and night out. Fucking Miz cooked him, bro.
About a coward. Let me tell you about a guy who tells his WWE.
And this is what we talk about too with some of the people who do choose AEW over WWE. When people don't understand, like, more money, it's more money up front for sure. But, like, you say you love this shit, you say you love wrestling, then go show us that you can do it at the highest level, night in and night out, the toughest schedule. The NHL's the toughest schedule, daddy. You're playing the best of the fucking best, 82 a season, and then playoffs if you're the best. And then playoffs are long, dude. Even basketball, football, all that shit. The best of the best, man. You're putting in that work more than anyone, and it's like, I get it. You want to say Osprey's the best, bruv, but I don't know, dude. Prove it on the biggest stage and night in and night out. That's all I'm saying, dude. That's what the best athletes in the world do. So when they want to say, "Oh, it's not real wrestling. You're afraid to get hit." And then you work once a week, maybe 4 times a month at the most, and you get way more money. It's just like upfront. Can you really make that argument? Are you in it for the love of the game? Is it really about the sport and the love of the game, or are you faking the funk, you know?
WWE fans, the people that he loves, that he will be back. He promises them. I promise you, I will be back in 1 year's time to claim this title. But you didn't, Daniel, did you? But I'm the
Called him out too. He's like, you promised the people you'd be back in 1 year to get this IC title, and you didn't.
coward. I'm the one that doesn't love the fans.
If they would let me come back, I would come back.
Oh, if you would?
Yeah.
You would. You love
Mrs. Cooking him.
that WWE ring. You love being wrestling. You love being right in that wrestling ring, and you love wrestling, right? Well, why don't you quit? Why don't you quit and go to the bingo halls?
See, and Miz even called him out on what he did. He even called him out on what he did. Look at the venue they're in right now. I actually like this venue, okay? But it's these. Listen, man, he called him out. If you don't like it, then quit. Go somewhere else. Like, if you love the wrestling, then go take less money and go do the grind then. Go hit those fucking bingo halls. This is before AEW, remember, too. Right? But Danielson would rather do that. He'd rather be in a building with less people, just making way more money and working less, is what he fucking proved. And Miz called it the fuck out, dude. Pulled his card. Go work the bingo halls for less money then. No, what did Danielson do? He took a fucking shitload of money to just, do work less and do his indie style shit. And that's his prerogative, right? And a lot of people have taken that option too, like an Osprey. He took the $8 million or whatever, and I'm not diminishing them, but just be about it then. If you love the wrestling, if your passion is the fucking wrestling, then go and do that. You can do that outside of WWE. You know you can, but you're still here talking smack, and you're talking smack. He fucking pulled his card right there. That's crazy.
You quit and go to the bingo halls with your indie
Okay, I think you need to calm.
With your indie friends then.
That's not what this show's about.
The GM have this. Thank you very much, Renee. This is a great show, but we're talking here. I need to talk to you real quick because the fact is you're the one that calls me the coward, but you're the one that doesn't get
And then Danielson walks away because he got cooked.
in the WWE ring again. No, don't you walk away from me, Daniel. Don't you walk away. I'm the one that loves the fans. I'm the one that loves everyone and everything. You're the one that gets up and walks away every single time. You're the coward. I am not a coward. I am your Intercontinental Champion, and there's a reason I am the title. Reason making this the most relevant, prestigious title that WWE has, and I deserve the respect on SmackDown Live.
Cooking, dude. Fucking cooking, man. And I just quote tweeted and said the Miz was right. He is, dude. We just broke it down. Speaking of breaking down, Bree and Bryan Danielson say that they do not let their kids watch Jon Moxley matches.
Best guy's Tony Khan.
Fucking sickos.
Wrestling's not fake.
So even Danielson, who's like, oh, you just do that fake wrestling crap. We really hit each other. Even he's like, Moxley's too much. And it's fucking true. And this is why having the Rizzler and Big Boom AJ on your pre-shows is pointless. Because if you're driving people, what is the point of that? Hey, kids, come and watch our pay-per-view after this YouTube thing that we're advertising. Tell your parents you want to come watch. It's a great wrestling show. And then the main event, you have Moxley getting Freddy Kruegered. I mean, man, what's the point of that? It makes no fucking sense. How you selling Rizzler dolls? Like, of course you're not going to sell Danhausen masks and, and Orange Cassidy. You're going to fumble that shit. Like what it could have been. Orange Cassidy's like the goofy guy who like sells merch to kids and wins cruiserweight matches and fucking gets beat up by, gets squashed by like Wardlow's and shit, and then but you make money. He's like a Santino Marella. He's like a Mr. Iguana type guy, you know? That's what Orange Cassidy is. You got to book him that way. They fucked up. They tried to make him serious. And so even Danielson and Bree say that they won't even let their kids watch Moxley matches, and I don't blame them.
If you saw the match between Hangman Adam Page and John Moxley, it's like this Texas.
And that's where I get confused. It's like, who are you marketing? Who are you marketing these dolls to? Like these Rizzler dolls. Who are they marketed to? If like, you know, this is the point everyone tried to make. So you're an asshole. You just want AEW to fail. You know, you just, the key demo, it's getting younger, Brian. Like you're just a bad faith grifter podcaster if you say these things. But then Danielson says something that so many people have said before. Bischoff, myself, how are you gonna fucking, how are kids supposed to watch this? Oh, that doesn't matter and all this shit. And then here you have Danielson saying the same thing. I hope sickos go and say, so for all the people who are like, my kids watch AEW and shit, even Danielson's like, whoa, that's too much. And where are you guys flooding them and saying, you're just an e-drone, Danielson, you don't get the business, you're an idiot, you know?
And within the first 3 minutes, like Moxley is squirting blood out of his head. He got forked in the head.
I mean,
and I was just like, I was watching on the monitor. And I was like, I had to turn my head.
I don't let our kids watch anything Moxley does because I know it will be so violent. When I saw that, I'm like,
wait a second. You are the one who turned when I wrestled Ricky Starks in that strap match. You turned that on for our kids
until I started watching and then I turned it off.
But you knew it was a strap match. You get, if you guys don't know what a strap match is, you're connected with a leather strap and then you whip each other with the strap. And then she just let our kids watch.
No,
by bleeding all over the place. And then she tells them it's ketchup.
So wait, Bree's like, I don't let them watch. And then he's like, haha, yeah, that's wait, you let him watch me against Saints in a strap match. Yeah, that's not a guy who lands on bed of nails and impales his back with an ogre's fucking mace and you know, shanks a dude in the head. It was that Saints Danielson match was very tame in comparison to all that, and was a fucking solid strap match, you know what I'm saying?
And then now we have to perpetuate that lie until the end of time.
I know, but he's like, he goes, are they squirting ketchup everywhere? I'm like, actually, I took Birdie to the Shakespeare play, and it was really cute.
Yeah, I don't know, man. I don't know if that's that funny. You know, ultra violent stuff is not good for the chitlins, man. We have plenty more AEW news, but first I'm going to check in with chat. And Dynamite ended a little, whatever. It was just an episode of Dynamite. It was what it was. LK has been, you know, nothing jumped off the screen. The ending was just like Moxley Moxley surrounding Hangman, then him walking off, crowd cheers, whatever. He's doing heel shit. They get behind him, bunch of sickos. So LK's been a member for 14 months and says the Tony videos get more and more cringe. We need one before every Dynamite, preferably in front of more of his dad's $1 million paintings. Yeah, dude. I mean, all those 1 minute of Tony Khans are in there as well. I made a bunch of shorts called 1 minute of Tony Khan. And yeah, they're all there in the intros and the outros to the show. Some people don't get it. They're like, Phil, why do you, or like, what is this guy doing? Like just playing a bunch of like retro commercials and wrestler songs and funny wrestling videos and shit. But I think that's cool for the intro and outro, you know, if you're just someone who wants to hang out and chat or whatever the fuck. Speaking of chat, there's well over 320 people watching across X and YouTube. If you're on X, come on over to YouTube, youtube.com/@ProWrestleClips. Consider becoming a member for 99 cents. You get access to my bonus show on Mondays, okay? Hit like, subscribe, dislike, all that good shit. Thank you. This is damn shame it's over. Blood is fine if it's not excessive, if it's not in every damn match. AEW be like, fuck them kids. No forks. That's extremely telling. Ratings don't matter because profitable, Brian. I'm done. Why are you arguing with me, dude? About okay, you guys are arguing. Okay. So Philly posted another 7-minute video on X today. It was in the family's house. It's incredible. Yeah, I have it right here. We're about to get into it, guys. Okay, we're in the midst of AEW.
The best guys, Tony Khan.
So moving along in AEW news, ladies and gentlemen, our next headline here. Where is it? So St. Louis big news, as first reported by the St. Louis Biz. Okay, so what is that? The St. Louis Business Journal. Wrestle Dream will be Saturday, 10/18 at the Shafts Arena in St. Louis. Premium seating, early access, blah, 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 blah. October 18th. That's amazing. Right around my birthday. And so we'll be partying it out and watching this here at PWT. It'll be fucking phenomenal. And hopefully they put on a good card. And this is a cool little graphic here. Right. And so Wrestle Dream's going to go down. There's no presence of like New Japan and whatever. So it has sort of the Asian type font, I guess. Right. And I wonder, is it still a crossover with like New Japan and stuff? Isn't that what Wrestle Dream was, like, to celebrate Antonio Inoki and Ichini Sanda? I'm not sure. Speaking of Wrestle Dreams, here's a dream wrestling match to some, I'm sure, the sickos who will now pretend that they love Bill Goldberg. And it's funny because Dave LaGreca just had a meltdown. I'm done. Enough. I'm tired of talking about Goldberg. No more Goldberg. Da-da-da-da-da. And I don't know about you. I believe I was definitely one of the first people, if not the first, to be like, fucking, he's going to go to AEW, man. It's going to happen. Like, this is him trashing. Maybe we all just came to that consensus at the same time. I believe that's probably what happened, because it just seemed to pick up so much traction. And so fucking MJF, though, would wrestle Goldberg. He's saying, I think if they did it, you would have to team him up with Sting, maybe against Jericho. MJF would be really cool, though. I think he would give Goldberg a great match. And MJF's at a size where he could just sell his ass off and get up for the jackhammer, eat the spear, all that shit. And he can wrestle good, compelling matches where he doesn't have to do too much, and he can just do like a Fujiwara armbar and shit. He just cheats and does heel shit. And, he'll just sell his ass off for Goldberg and all that. I think he'd even eat a pin for Goldberg. And that's all it is. You just have to find Goldberg just wants to go out on a win. So him versus Jericho with Sting as the special enforcer or special referee, or like Sting and Goldberg in a tag match against Jericho and MJF, or MJF against Goldberg or something. It's going to fucking happen. The talks are out there. They talked before. WWE hit Goldberg back up and was like, dude, fuck around, and they'll give him the big money, and we have Gunther for you. The Goldberg went on record and said it, like, the guys, there's no one compelling in AEW. The style of wrestling, I don't really get it. If they can get me a big matchup, maybe they can sell MJF to him. Maybe they can sell a Jericho to him. Like, those are legit guys. Maybe they're like, hey, this guy's in fucking Happy Gilmore, Adam Sandler, fellow Jewish wrestler. Like, pass the torch there, but he'll let you win because it's AEW and it's great, right? But Dave LaGreca's like, I don't even want to talk about fucking, Goldberg ever again. And then he gets MJF on the show and he starts talking about Goldberg. Do you think there's going to be a match? Let's shout out Busted Open, shout out Sirius, shout out Busted Open Nation, and MJF and LaGreca and all them. Let's hear what MJF has to say about him possibly wrestling Goldberg, which I think happens. I think that happens. I don't know when the fuck All In is. I don't know what Goldberg's schedule is like or how he needs to prepare, but he's like, I got in this shape. So what's their next big matchup or a card that they have? Maybe October Wrestle Dream, maybe Goldberg versus fucking Kojima or something. That's the other thing too. I promise you, who did Goldberg wrestle in New Japan? Chat. Who is this fucking match against? He had a few matches. Who did he wrestle? I think he wrestled the same guy a couple times there. Or maybe I'm off on that, but who did he wrestle again? Like Kojima or something, right? I guarantee you, Tony Khan, when he met with Goldberg, he met him and said, I loved your match with Kojima and shit. I fucking promise. I promise you. Okay? So let's hear what MJF had to say about it, though.
big topic on the show the last week, and it kind of ties in with Seth Rollins. Unfortunately, injuries can happen at any time. Seth Rollins gets injured, and you never want to see that.
It was in All Japan, thank you. But who is it against again? Who's like the main? He wrestled, I think, how many matches? It wasn't a lot, but he infamously hits the spinning neck breaker on, I think it was, I can't fucking, Kojima, I keep saying for a reason.
That
but
sucks.
Horrible.
And you had that final match with Goldberg. A lot of fans are thinking about AEW should sign Goldberg. If Goldberg had problems with the way he got sent off on Saturday night.
Yeah, it's Kojima.
Stop you
main
right
event.
there. Have you seen me on Rosie O'Donnell as a child?
Yes.
Do you remember the two names of my
No
favorite
way.
pro wrestlers when I was a kid that I stated when I was a very young, small 5-year-old boy?
Was it The Rock and Goldberg?
It was. If Goldberg wants some, I'm right here. But I will embarrass him. I will demolish him. I will snap, crack, and pop every single tendon, ligament, and bone in his stupid, old, musty body.
Now, here's the thing. Goldberg doesn't like shit like this. He takes himself too seriously. And so I just don't know if Goldberg would work in an AEW setting too greatly, but I could see him just appear on a Dynamite, the go-home show for, like, he'll just record a vignette, show up on a Dynamite, show up at the All-In, wrestle. Never show up again. And this is the thing. Tony will pay him. And Goldberg only cares about getting one more big payday while he can, because who wouldn't? And then also, they'll let him win, and it won't be like a fucking choke out, and they'll let him give a 12-minute speech, and Tony Khan will pay for the overtime and all that. So that's all it fucking boils down. They'll let him win and vacate a title like Sting. They'll let Goldberg do that, man. So he could win the international title, vacate it, or the world title off MJF, vacate it, and then Tony will just go, a tournament. And then they'll put Goldberg in their next fucking video game or whatever, try and sign him up to a Legends thing. I could totally just see that playing out this way. And but I just don't know if he'd wrestle MJF if MJF does shit like this, because Goldberg takes himself way too serious.
You know who's next? Nobody. I'd be last. Capiche?
Yes.
So if he wants a proper send-off, he should be facing a generational talent. I'm right here if he's interested. But A, I'm going to need to pay a lot of money if you want to see that match. And B, I would imagine he doesn't come cheap either. So a lot of stars have to align for that to happen.
Do you think AEW fans honestly would like to see that?
And that's the thing, man. What do they draw? An all-in size crowd, 3 million gate. Let's say they do 3 million gate. How much do you think Goldberg's going to get for that appearance? The Dynamite and the one-off and the vignette. They'll probably give him $2 million or something, you know?
That match.
I think AEW fans would like to see me do anything. AEW fans would like if I pulled my trunks down and took a big fat dump in the middle of the ring. I'm the greatest who's ever lived. As far as MJF versus Goldberg
No, that's what Mox does every match. MJF, he beat you to that one.
specifically, I mean, that's a huge marquee match in any era. I think there are a lot of wrestling fans that feel that I would have fit in that era a great deal, especially when you think of the people and mic workers of the time. Goldberg, a bumbling idiot, not a great talker, but an incredible, intense megastar. That I cannot take away from him. And yeah, I mean, I think that's a huge box office match.
Honestly, I think MJF and Goldberg would be a good match, just because MJF, we know he'd sell his ass off like crazy, and he would eat the pin. I just don't even see him putting up a fight about that, because it's just like a notch on his belt, you know? It just adds to his fucking resume. And then Goldberg, I mean, MJF, let's be honest, eventually we'll see him in WWE. Speaking of eventually going back to WWE, AEW by Jazzwares made Copeland's ringside collectible exclusive figure for the first time. Here's his reaction to it.
Ringside collectibles figure.
Boom. I like it already. Huh? Little AC there. Oh, okay. Okay. Oh, oh, this stuff will never not be cool to me.
Yeah, that shit is cool, dude. Even though I don't collect that shit anymore, it is fucking, it'll always be cool to me too.
Oh, look at Spike. Oh, that is great. Look at that. So cool. Officially my favorite action figure ever.
But of course, like, he just will say that about any of his action figures. So he didn't even really show it to where we could judge it. Google Trends, speaking of judging, Google Trends data for all AEW pay-per-views this year shows year-on-year declines for each of the 4 pay-per-views that AEW has held this year compared to the same pay-per-view the previous year. So Switchblade saying that the Google Trends data for all AEW pay-per-views this year are on declines year over year. For the 4 pay-per-views that they've held this year, the same as last year, the trends are lower. So interest over time. Yeah, so on the left-hand side, you see the peaks are higher. The green and red are a little bit, it is higher, but not a significant amount. Well, the green one maybe a little bit, but yeah, that's quite interesting to see, because the pay-per-view trends, if there's more viewers on Max, magically there's 300 to 500,000 to a million more people. Then why aren't, and then Dave's like, the pay-per-views are way up, but we're not seeing the trends, the Google analytics backing that up. So why would it be getting lower? Because they're getting lower, and that's why they're doing deals with Amazon where you get $10 off and all this shit. And Dave can't fool us. He can fool his gaggle of dumb fucks. He cannot fool the Illuminati. We're foolproof. Okay? So AEW Collision scored its lowest 18-49 rating in history for an episode in its regular time slot. Shout out Raj, by the way. He's been made this show fucking 400 times. Collision scored 348K, up 8%. From prior week's Thursday airing, with a 0.06 in the demo, down 14%. Holy shit. Year over year, Collision's down 26%. And the key demo was down over 60%. That is fucking madness, dude. Mercedes Moné responds to a fan asking for her to return to WWE. So She Hate Yachty says, need to bring your fine ass back to WWE. Mercedes Moné says, I'm going to need your ugly ass to watch AEW. Now, I mean, for him just saying fine ass, yeah, I mean, it's a funny response. I like how she engages and cooks fucking sickos. You guys know. We covered it on the show. However, though, this is the problem these AEW wrestlers face, a lot of them. A bunch of people will never fucking understand that she wrestles for another place, and she's going to go crazy and end up in the Fed again. I'm telling you. And yeah, or this person tried to watch AEW and they turned it off and they will never go back. And that's what they have to realize. A lot of these AEW wrestlers and a lot of these Dave Meltzers and the sickos, they need to realize that a lot of people did go watch AEW and they're never gonna again. And it's for reasons like this. Look at this fucking shirt. The Young Bucks. Oh, get it? They're not EVP, so it's like crayon scribbles and it's like little kids spelling. Like, who the fuck would buy this? If you're an adult that buy this fucking shirt, now no kids are gonna buy it. This looks like a cute kid shirt, but no kids are gonna fucking buy it because it looks like, or it's some little kid shit rather. So no adults are going to buy it, but no kids are going to buy it because you guys are doing exploding super kicks and fucking all this stupid shit on your show and you're the evil heels. So who's going to buy this? Literally P3DOs. Like, what other heel type of person would wear a crayon scribble thing that says Young Bucks and then Matt and Nick? Like, that just comes across like something sketch or sus, or like you're like one of these kid YouTubers or something. So what, like, grown man who's down with the heel, who's like, yeah, I'm fucking 18 to whatever the key demo is, and I get down with the heels, man. I like Drew McIntyre. I'm gonna buy his shirt. I like Karrion Kross. Who the fuck's gonna buy this? There's no direction, no creativity, no fucking, it's all just like trolling. And for Danielson to be like, it's a parody of wrestling. if this is their fucking shirt, if you don't even look at the merch, Danielson, and go, this is a parody of wrestling shirts. This is like if you asked AI to make bad Attitude Era style shirts, this is what it would come up with. This is fucking ridiculous. Like, who is this for? It's for Matt and Nick to mark out over themselves. That's what it is. To try and get their dumb fucking shitty ideas over. And we forgot to play this clip during the Danielson segment there. But here's Nikki Bella and Cody Rhodes talking about Danielson and how he's sort of a funny, wacky, crazy guy.
Sort of thing.
See, so there you go. It's like with the whole kosher pickle and the, you're fat, you're gay, your dick is small, owned him, that MJF, like, he always just goes to that sort of fucking thing. And there you go. He's Bryan. And I mean, hey, dick and fart jokes can be funny, right? But MJ, I'm not blanket saying they're all not, and I think some of them can be funny too, right? But there you go. Daniel Bryan's like a dick and fart joke kind of guy, right? So there you go. It's
He laughs the hardest at. He just
makes sense. It's all starting to make sense here, right?
anything penis and all that, which is like
That's
so
his-
well.
that's his spot. That's his thing.
He thinks
That's kind of
middle school humor. Like that's what I point out all the time. It's like AEW's like what a middle schooler would be like. This is badass, man. What?
sort of thing.
Cody, aren't you married? Don't be fucking you're a married man. You guys switch the subject. What is this horny talk we're doing here? Okay. Jesus Christ. Reel it in here, brother. I know you're having drinks, but goddamn.
Emotional damage.
No. So here's Tony Khan. He had a 7-minute video where he's like, hey guys. And he's in front of these like creepy fucking these creepy Freemason paintings and shit. No, I'm just joking. But Tony's like in his house or whatever, and he dropped another video. Let's see what he's got going on. He looks incredibly happy here.
Hey, it's great to see you all. I'll wait a moment as people trickle in, but I'm really excited. Today's a Wednesday, and it's Wednesday Night Dynamite. We're here in Chicago. Chicago's one of the home cities of AEW, one of the first AEW shows ever here. AEW All Out was here. That was before we even started doing Wednesday Night Dynamite. Now we've done over 300 episodes of Wednesday Night Dynamite, and we are back in the Windy City, Chicago tonight. We're about 6 hours away, just under 6 hours away from Dynamite kicking off. We're here in Chicago, Illinois. I'm at my home. It's my...
Oh, man. Here's the thing, bro. Like, it's good he's promoting the time and, like, when the show's going to kick off and stuff. But I said it last time when he's talking about Supercard of Honor. He's like, this is great. We've had a great run of shows, and it's great. And like this match, Bandito is a high-flying awesome, and Teton is the reigning luchador champion. And it's like, bro, you're selling to the people who are already follow you and shit. Like it's like you're in a shitty business meeting. Like, engage with your audience, man. It's so it comes across like Mark Zuckerberg. And again, even sickos, y'all make fun of Mark Zuckerberg. Where the fuck? Why aren't you making fun of Tony? It's objectively a similar thing, dude. In my opinion, I guess that would be subjective, okay? But I think that you could easily compare the two. It's a little Robetronic, you know? And that's why some people are saying Carlos Silva's cringe, but he's just like a guy who knows how to like manage a team and crunch numbers, and he's a good guy. He's a guy you can put in front of people to talk out business deals, and it's not fucking humiliating. You can put him in interviews, and he doesn't fucking humiliate himself in these interviews, right? And he doesn't come across like a fucking alien. So, yeah, I think you could easily make that claim that it's comparable to Zuckerberg, and it's silly you're not allowed to laugh at both.
The family's home. It's one of the great things about being in Chicago. We talk about the art of professional wrestling, but
this is Mildred Burke as a child.
the real art is art. And I'm here in front of Renoir's portrait of Pierre Renoir in a sailor suit. You may have
Oh my God, Steamboat Tony, dude. Oh my
seen
God.
the print of this. You may have seen the photo online at various points. This is the original portrait. My father's a great art collector. My parents collect art, and my sister and I were lucky to grow up around some of the greatest art. And being
Yeah, some of the greatest art. Some of the greatest art ever put on cinema, The Lion King. Oh my God, dude. Fuck, this is amazing. This is amazing.
here in Chicago, I just wanted to show you my home before I head off to work. This is
Cribs. The music kicks in. Boom. It's Tony Khan Cribs. Well, here's a lot of, I keep Starbucks coffee. I keep a lot of energy drinks and soda water. There's plenty of soda water. In fact, I have a second fridge dedicated just to soda water. In the freezer, I just got some pizza bites, and the pantry's all hot Cheetos. Mercedes and Mortis love hot Cheetos.
the original Renoir, and of course,
Renoir, and over here is Renoir's rendition of Chris Benoit.
this is Chicago, Illinois. This is my home, and taking a walk here to a great spot to talk, heading to my father's office.
A great spot to talk. This isn't a good spot. They're watching me. We actually need to. Quick. This room is bugged. Quick, to the foyer. Quick, to the study. It's a great chat room. It's where I would chat with on the Observer message boards with all my friends. And he's just walking through this long hallway, and he's got nothing to say, just walking and smiling through this long fucking hallway, dude. Oh my God, this is so good. Holy shit. Oh my God, this
Turning
is
some lights on.
Oh, I just gotta get a light on over.
And this is Marc Chagall. This is a Marc Chagall
And when you flick the light on, the frame lights up too.
portrait.
Marc Chagall, cousins with Steven Chagall.
Original Marc Chagall. A lot of great Marc Chagall paintings involve the sun, and here's
And I'm a son. I'm a son. Oh my God.
the sun. And that sun will be setting tonight here in Chicago as we get ready to start Wednesday Night Dynamite. We're less than 6 hours away. The show goes live tonight. We announced on AEW Collision that the great world
In front of the painting. Oh, and over here's a replica of the Mona Lisa. Oh my fucking God, dude. So he gets the painting in frame and starts plugging Collision. Look at my rich guy painting. And I'm about to put on a wrestling show. It's really great, isn't it? Oh, shit.
champions of AEW will both be fighting tonight.
Could you imagine if Vince McMahon did this? People would be like, this billionaire, out of touch, fucking moronic. People would bury it. Like, what is this billionaire, goofy fucking, you know what I'm saying? But instead it's Tony Khan. So, man.
Hangman Page taking on Wheeler Yuta. A bit of revenge, payback, maybe on the mind of the Hangman after what happened to his longtime friend, Colt Cabana, a man from Chicago, a man who, in fact,
He has a finger painting I have mounted over here. I keep it next to my big blocks and an easel.
hosted a show called The Art of Wrestling. And
Yes, he makes an incredible tie-in. The art. He actually, he's not an artist, but speaking of art, he has a show called The Art of Wrestling. Get it? Because there's art behind me.
and a man who was bloodied and beaten by John Moxley and the Death Riders.
And I have a painting over there made out of Moxley's blood.
Great chance for Hangman Page, the
In fact, I made it without his knowledge. I'm cloning him too.
AEW World Champion, to get some payback tonight on Wheeler Yuta, one of the Death Riders who was involved in putting down Colt Cabana, bloodying him this past Saturday here in Chicago, Colt's hometown, on AEW Collision. We've got
Really quick, let's hop on this Segway and take a ride on down to the pool house.
Hangman versus Yuta. Also, I'm really, really excited for the first time ever on Dynamite. The world champion, Timeless Tony Storm, is going to fight Billy Starks, the protege of Athena, the ROH world champion. Athena is in line with a guaranteed world title shot. And it's very, very interesting now because Billy Starks is one of the top young wrestlers in the world. Really, really a young wrestling prodigy, mentored by one of the great stars in Athena.
One of the great stars that Meltzer's given me. One of the great superstars. Oh, no, wait, I can't say that. One of the great stars, bro. You just started putting it on TV. He means one of the great starts. She's a great start here on Dynamite, finally.
And Billy Starks will get a world title shot if she wins this tonight. And there's Athena, as it's Shark Week. Athena really circling the ring like a shark herself.
I just watched Jaws, and over here I have the Jaws movie poster to celebrate its 50th year. Oh my God, dude.
Certainly, she's
just killing it with the segues.
Going to be keeping an eye on this.
And speaking of segues, let's hop on this one. You actually control it with your feet, and let's head down to my bat cave.
As she's in line for a title shot, and her protege is wrestling Timeless Tony Storm for a title shot herself tonight on Wednesday Night Dynamite. You can watch the show on TBS. You can watch the show on HBO Max. We start on TBS tonight and HBO Max at 7 p.m. here in Chicago, 8 p.m. Eastern.
It's like, bro, you are selling to everyone who's already watching your fucking show. You're like, and I get it, plug the time and the place, but get in there and shoot from the hip. It just seems so like just disconnected from like your average common person. And this is why moments like this is an incredible video. Amazing.
It's going to be a great show. A lot of times.
It's great. Yeah, where's my this is great. I try to hit it every time, but I mean, it's just so much and you get locked into everything he's saying.
Wrestling companies will make some announcements on the day of the show because they get engagement. It's a way to get you talking about the show, get you interested in the show, and do something to say, hey, there's something big on the show tonight. You're going to want to watch. Typically, those
Here's my chandelier. It's made of crystals.
match announcements are the most engagement you're going to get on the day of the show. I think they do very, very well. Of course, we've got some big stuff we've already announced, but I'm going to be making more match announcements throughout the day. I won't have this kind of decor, although I will be in an.
I won't have this kind of decor. I won't be able to come back to my palatial estates. Next time I might be on a boat. Next time I might be on a helicopter.
Another beautiful historic place in Chicago. In minutes from now, I'll be at the Aragon Ballroom. It's a venue that's almost 100 years old. I believe 97 years old. And
I like the Aragon Ballroom. I like that they do shows there.
I recently learned some family history. My grandfather, my mother's father, worked and was at the Aragon Ballroom almost 90 years ago. So cool family tradition getting to go back there now with AEW over 90 years later after my mother's father, who I never had the pleasure of meeting, was there many years ago. So in addition to the great match announcements that we've made and more match announcements that are going to be coming your way in the next few hours, we're just so excited about Wednesday Night Dynamite tonight. And I wanted to try something different to get the engagement.
What? Oh my God. And we have Meltzer saying like, Eric Bischoff just does shit for engagement. We're about to talk about it here. And then meanwhile, Tony Khan's on some fucking, I'm just trying to get engagement. And I saw how many people watched when I was on a boat traveling to a super yacht. And so here's a painting. And then there was another painting and they make me happy. And I think I'll get more engagement. Tony, we know that's why people use social media to get engagement. You don't need to explain like a fucking robot why you're doing Why you're jumping on the socials and engaging with fans. What the fuck? Just engage with the fucking fans. Shoot from the hip. Take questions. Take fucking questions. Jesus Christ, man. This is craziness. He's such like a rich dude, right? Like I guarantee there's someone there like fucking polishing his shoes and tying them for him.
So if you're watching this live, we're
Actually, I wear Velcros.
just over 5.5 hours away
So did Einstein.
from going live tonight on TBS and HBO Max. And if you're watching this on delay, it may be a little bit.
And this painting, like it looks like one of these things like you guys see it on Twitter where there's like one of these conspiracy accounts or whatever, and you see like the Vanderbilts or whatever, and there's like a like one of the paintings from Epstein's Island or something. It's like, who is this? What is this? What is this little child in this paint? What the fuck is going on? You know, like what is this? How does this appeal to normal people? How does this appeal to wrestling fans? Oh, I'm gonna show off my art collection. What the fuck? What the fuck, man?
Less. And if you're watching this at night,
who does this connect with?
The show might be on now.
Other than me, but like we're just laughing at it.
So don't miss Wednesday Night Dynamite tonight.
And underneath the painting, if you see here, there's the rose under the under the, what is the thing called? From Beauty and the Beast. What is this like vase under here? It's actually the rose from Beauty and the Beast. I stole it.
And it's always great when we can do the shows in Chicago. Not only do I get to see my family, it was my father's 75th birthday this weekend. So I've been away from social media for a little bit.
And his glasses are kind of crooked. Like,
haven't been posting as much. Really excited to get back in today. I am a crazy person. We're at my father's 75th birthday, and I'm making matches.
Oh my God, Tony Khan said, yo, he said, I'm fucking crazy, bro. At least he admits it, man, right? We're all sickos and wackos to some fucking degree.
Announcements at the dinner table and posting all elite graphics. I really do love it, and my parents know that.
I love sitting at the dinner table and eating chicken nuggets while I post all in graphics. You can see he's just a mark, dude. He loves seeing like his wrestlers on these graphics that are his show. And I'm just like building my cards, my super cards. It's like a video game.
So they've been very accommodating of my wrestling habits since I was a very young kid. And speaking of young kids, here we are again with
oh no. And speaking of young kids, here's this creepy fucking painting of this young child my family has for some reason. You want to explain that, bro? There's lists and accusations going around lately, bro. I don't
Allegedly.
know. We fucking showing paintings of kids. What kind of weird fucking, what kind of satanic shit is that, brother? No. Oh my God, man. It's just so funny. Speaking of little kids, speaking of little children, here is Renoir. And of course, the Rizzler will be at Wrestle Dream in St. Louis. Like, what the fuck, man? What's the connection? This is crazy. And then there's this weird, like, chalice or some shit. Like, what's in this urn under this fucking young redheaded child here? What the fuck is going on, dude?
Mr. Pierre Renoir in a sailor suit as painted by his father.
Pierre Renoir in a sailor suit.
And I am very, very excited about Wednesday Night Dynamite tonight. Hopefully some of you have enjoyed this. Even if you don't watch wrestling, hopefully you enjoyed seeing some of the world's beautiful art. And
the world's greatest art. Oh my God, dude, go on Antiques Roadshow or whatever the fuck. What do you, even if you don't like wrestling and you just like paintings, thank you for your time. Welcome into my home. Oh, what kind of billionaire shit is this? Holy fuck, dude. This is so crazy. I didn't think we were going to watch this whole video at the start. Oh, man.
I'm very happy to be in my family home. And now I'm going to grab my cup of coffee and head to the office.
I'm going to grab my Starbucks.
And see you all very soon tonight on Wednesday Night Dynamite on TBS or HBO Max, 8 p.m. Eastern or 7 p.m.
Or Amazon if you want $10 off on your next pay-per-view.
Central here in the Midwest in Central Time Zone. Thank you for visiting with me.
Thank you for visiting with me. There's the painting again, Renoir. Okay, see you. See you next time. I'm gonna do the next one on my private jet.
And see you tonight on AEW.
Oh man, that is utterly spectacular, ladies and gentlemen. Fucking round of applause. Oh my God, man, that is uncanny.
The best guys, Tony Khan.
Holy shit. Let me check in with chat. We got to do one more segment before we get out of here, guys. What a fucking uncanny segment that was. Absolutely incredible. Holy shit. Okay. I'm going to check in with chat. We have some Meltzer as well, okay? Like a bunch of Meltzer clips as well. So I don't know how we're going to do this, but we're just going to do the damn thing. Okay. Let me check in with chat here. Thomas Moore for 2 says, Tony legit has me in stitches. Dude, I'm crying over here. I'm over here now. I'm legit, dude. I'm dying. Like, that is way too funny of a thing. For Danielson, and all I'm thinking about too is like, Danielson, that is like a parody of life. That's like a guy doing a sketch of a rich kid or something, right? That's unbelievable. Thomas Moore for 2 says the painting is Mercedes as a kid. Yeah, just like what is, and speaking of little kids, like there's no fucking way. He was segueing the whole time. I'm throwing out these stupid ass segue fucking one-liners and he does it. Speaking of children, like you can't make it up, dude. Or you can make it up. It's so ridiculous. It almost is made up. Cashman for 2 says, save some pussy for the rest of us, Tony. Jesus. Yeah, exactly. The fucking anti-poon with that. Dude, that was so good. I'm legit. I did not think we would watch that whole clip. I thought it'd be like the boat clip where we kind of like, okay, we're going to just skip ahead a little bit. We get it. No, I can't even believe how fucking silly that was, dude. The best part for me is when he's walking down that long hallway, just smiling like he has nothing to say. And then there's just like one random painting of a little kid and then like an urn under it. And then he walks away and then like in another room, there's just a random painting. He's like, oh, let me get the lights here. And here's another great one. I have a son. This is a son. And the other one is a guy's son. Holy shit. And I'm a son. Time cop. You know? It's just gold. It's comedy fucking gold, dude. Where would we be without PWT? My God. I need to hydrate a bit. I'm drinking some Starbucks myself. I want to see flutes in the chat, guys, because you know what's about to happen here. You guys know what's about to happen here. TK is bona fide weird. The little kid is in the urn. That's what I'm saying, man. It's so cringy. That video just made me a communist. Chat was on fire for all of that. Yeah. Let me check. I'll scroll through. No one can tell him, Tony, maybe don't tweet that. Yeah, dude. Like he needs a fucking handler. Ass spray in a blue dress. Yeah. His dad needs to get Tony a minder to filter out these horrible ideas. Devin, get the guillotine. Tony admires Bob Ross. He has Omega in a blue dress. Yeah, exactly. Like the way Epstein has Clinton in a dress or whatever. Over here is I have Dave Meltzer in a blue dress. Holy shit, man. Tony's in the Meltzer files. Oh, man. For real. I was going deep cuts with it, but you guys know. Those who know, man. That's some funny shit. Okay, ladies and gentlemen. Again, a hearty one. Round of applause, guys. YouTube.com/@ProWrestleClips, Patreon.com/ProWrestleTimes. Become a member for 99 cents or become a patron. You get access to my Monday shows on Patreon. There's like over 100 bonus videos or whatever the fuck. I'm trying to upload those more and more. And then YouTube.com/PhilMarksOut. If you like pop culture and shit, I reviewed Superman. So make sure you guys go and check that out. Appreciate you all. Let's see flutes in the chat because it is time for everybody's favorite segment, and it is called Dave Meltzer's Dumb Moment of the Week. So let's see our guy Wavy Davy here. Where do we start in this one? We're going all over the place. So Meltzer said, what says Dave has always actively swayed his voters who to vote for, in responding to Raj Giri about Dave's like voting. Because Dave always talks about his polls and his fucking ratings, like they're objective, and his 30% like matters and all that shit. So Meltzer said, what just says, also when you actively campaign to keep certain performers out based on your own opinion. So also Dave selects the people that his people can vote on. It's like saying the PWT end of the year awards are fucking legit. They're not. I pick the people, you guys vote, and then if it comes down to where it's too close, then I make the final call of who gets the fucking and it's not legit, but it's a fun thing we do together. Meltzer should be able to admit that. Instead, he thinks his fucking stars and everything's legit. We've covered this ad nauseum on the show. So Meltzer said, what says on your own opinion to try and sway their vote either positively or negatively. Exactly. He can leave people off that he wants to be voted for or considered in the running for Wrestler of the Year. Dave can do shit like this. Not enough voters voted for him. Still have yet to read anyone make a good logical case for him. So again, Sting, right, was never considered for the Observer Hall of Fame. It was one of the biggest criticisms. I think even Cornette at one point was like, well, come on, Sting, like he could be in there. He should, maybe. I might be wrong on that, but I do think even people who aren't like big Sting guys put Sting over and were like, he should be in the Observer Hall of Fame, but Dave has his biases, blah, blah, blah. Of course, when does Sting get in the Observer Hall of Fame? When he fucking goes to AEW, Brian, then he's worthy. But back then, Meltzer's like, oh, there's no compelling reason to even put him in, So moving along, we see these fucking charts here. So Snappy at Christ on a Bike 0 says, Dave got the upswing mixed up with another promotion, I guess. Right? And so here's estimated tickets distributed, which again, as Disco Inferno will point out, the fucking TV ratings and shit don't really matter if the houses aren't going up and stuff. Anyways, so like we know you're fucking lying because the Google Trends and the houses aren't up, but you're saying magically 500,000 fucking people are watching this show. Like, why isn't that show up in the attendances? Right? And so yeah, we have Collision, Dynamite, WWE, SmackDown house shows, blah, blah, blah. And you guys can just see SmackDown and Raw are the red and blue, obviously. And look at the trends for AW. The other way, Dave Meltzer says, the last pay-per-view just did the biggest number in 17 months. I don't believe that. I think Dave is adding fake 30%. As we've chronicled here, he's done it before. We caught him doing it. Then he writes a report. Sources say the pay-per-view's up because Amazon, even though he's the fucking source. He's the guy who perpetrated that and put it out there. So he's not credible whatsoever. Okay. But he says, same show just nearly tripled the all-time record US gate and beat all-time attendance as record gate as well. Total audience is up greatly in US, UK, and Canada. So no, got the term correct. I don't know. He's always just spurging out and fucking trying to scramble to defend AEW. So here's Brian. Okay. And Brian and Dave. And here's Heel Uzi posted a clip of them. And let's just check out. He's just hating. He doesn't even give context to what the clip says. So let's just put a Brian. Let's just throw a Brian in the chat. And let's listen to this clip and make fun of it.
And then I swear to God this happened. I could not believe my eyes. They've been plugging this WWE Unreal. A behind the scenes look. God. We're going to reveal what really happened. We're going to take you behind the scenes.
So just like AEW All Access?
And then they do a commercial, and it's a total work.
Okay, it's the wrestling. It's a work. Yeah, it's the good. Hey, it's a complete work? Good. That's what it should be. It was just a work, could you believe, Brian? Unlike AEW, where they did All Access and they didn't even mention CM Punk and completely invented this whole thing with Death Triangle and just talked about how the belts had to be vacated, but didn't really even address why, Brian. So we won't even say any shit like that. It would never, ever say anything like that, but he's just trying to clown this Unreal show because Dave thinks reality shows are fucking real.
The footage they show to sell you on WWE Unreal
You're telling us
Triple H at the Royal Rumble telling I Show Speed that he's in the Rumble, and I Show Speed
Hey, dumb fucks. They're trying to sell ads to kids. So I know you dumb fucks don't understand streaming and the streaming game and all that, but the most people who watch Netflix the most they're just marketing to kids and shit, bro. That's what it is. I mean, I don't know what the fuck you need to. This show isn't for you. You guys think you're uptight and already have sources and know everything and know the ins and outs. Okay?
Acting like he didn't know he was going to be in it. And I was like, you know what? I was looking forward to that show. I have never seen a less effective commercial. When this commercial was over, I was like, I ain't watching this show. You're trying to tell me that this is a real life behind the scenes look at booking, and that's the clip that you use?
It's
God.
I looked at that. I was flabbergasted at that. It was just like, this is the antithesis of exactly what you've been promoting this thing to be. You're doing this storyline thing of
oh my God. Dave and Brian are so fucking dumb. Like, I can barely stand it anymore, dude. I'm about to unleash wrath on these fucking morons. And we just started the segment. Listen, Dave, what they make you think, what you guys are worked, like you're worked into the work. Dave and them think that WWE's like, we're pulling the curtain back and we use the term heel and all this shit now. And Vince would have never done that. And so we're just being like, hey, it's all fake and fuck it, blah, blah, blah. But meanwhile, that's the work. So they're going to just work people to be invested in this crazy reality show and think that booking the WWE is so chaotic and crazy, blah, blah, blah. It's disorganized and last minute and da-da-da, when in real reality, because it's a fucking reality show, which isn't reality. And everyone knows that except for you, because you have a fucking middle schooler's brain. It's just a work, Dave. Like, it's just a fake fucking show like WWE LFG is, and it's just giving the illusion to dumb fucks like you and to other people, wow, this is chaotic and crazy, who aren't smart marks, and then you blur the lines again. This is effectively blurring the lines again. And especially for the layman, for the common person who might turn on this reality show looking for drama and hot goss, and then they're like, holy shit, it's crazy and chaotic. I need to watch these shows to see how it plays out so perfectly. It's incredible. It plays out so perfectly. It's for the normies and shit, Dave. It's not for your smart mark dumbass. Okay? That's the fucking problem here. And these guys don't understand, like, what even wrestling is at this point anymore. They've gone so nuts, like trying to bury WWE, that they don't even understand like what's going on here. They're effectively blurring the lines again. Okay. And instead of you being like, that's clever. I love that they're sort of bringing like kayfabe back, and you're just like finding a way to shit on it because you can't think objectively, Dave. You're a shark-brained monster moron, dead behind the fucking eyes, and all you can do is just project this fucking nonsense onto everyone and blow Tony Khan for putting what your idea of pro wrestling is supposed to be, when really your idea exposes the business. And this is supposed to be cheesy and fake because it's not for you. Okay. And it is for you if you weren't such a goddamn mark for yourself. Right? Like, I can watch it and separate the two and go, this is fun. Okay. And if I'm not, then I turn it off. It's like LFG. I've watched the first 3 episodes. I keep shutting it off. I don't really give a fuck this season anymore. I got to be honest. I might crush it out in a sitting when I'm like, there's nothing else to watch. You know, I'm watching Building the Band right now. I got to watch those. But yeah, Meltzer just doesn't get it.
And Yeah. I just was like, is this is
ridiculous?
Well, I mean, the thing is, it's like one of those WWE documentaries. Like, remember the one with when they were going to give you the true story of what happened at the WrestleMania, you know, the build for the WrestleMania where Cody and everything. And I watched it, and, you know, I know every.
Oh, he's so stupid. That documentary was the fucking test run. That was the proof of concept. That was the pilot episode, if you will, for Unreal, for Netflix and for them to pitch it to Netflix and go, hey, we saw massive success with this. People loved it. It was like a work shoot. Would you guys be interested in this show? Yep. Fucking greenlight it. Let's go. Let's film the season. Of course, if you studied the TV business or just like we're a fan of television, like so many of us are, Dave, and fans of, you'd understand this. If you just fucking like spent time on YouTube and understood how these things work.
Everything that happened, believe me, leading up to that WrestleMania, you know, the twists and the turns and the Dwayne signing and the you know, Triple H having Cody win the Rumble and, you know, all the little games that were being played. And I watched that thing and it was so fake, like so fake. It was like, I thought that they would, I knew they wouldn't get into the, you know, the details because.
So did everyone, man. What's the point? What's the point?
You know, because, you know, it's supposed to be everyone's cohesive and there's no arguments and we're just all smart and we all work together. And
no, it's not supposed to be that. It's not supposed to be that. No business works that way, butterfly and rainbow. If you think that's reality, you're a fucking moron and you don't study business and you fear facts and Wagyu beef.
The fans booed our thing. So we smiled and we just said, well, the fans know best and we'll, you know, do that. So, but it's like, I thought that they would at least tease like the surface stuff, and they didn't even do that.
Who cares? Who gives a fuck? You just want, this is why, because you don't have sources. So this is why Dave is like, oh, I really wish they fucking showed me all the backstage stuff, because you don't really have sources or know what goes on back there. And you are a fucking Uber mark and want to see the curtain peeled back so you can really see what it's like, because you don't know. And that's your dream fantasy. And that you like to pretend you know about all this stuff and you know the inner workings. It's like you're there at every fucking Raw. You know how it all works. But realistically, what you're doing is you're pulling back the curtain on your own brain, and there's a monkey crash and a cymbal there yelling, I want to see the actual backstage stuff because I'm a fucking stooge. And that's why you care about that. And everyone else is like, yeah, it's just a work show. You think they're going to tell you?
You know, so, you know, you expect like
just exposed himself
a WWE behind the scenes to be anything but a work.
No, why? Why would you expect it to be anything but a work? But that's why I brought up the DVDs before, or the documentaries where they would work everyone. So I expect this thing, not everything, to be a work or whatever the fuck, even though I just brought up an example of how everything's a work with them. Fucking stupid dumbass.
You know, I mean, I heard, you know, some of the old timers are just like, this is horrible.
No, none of the old timers gave a fuck. You didn't talk to any old timers.
It's going to kill the business. And it's like, you know, even if they did it as a total, you know, like had the meetings and everything and killing the business, you know, but this isn't going to be that, you know, I mean, they're going to go in there and I don't think you're going to be seeing any arguments. I don't think you'll be seeing anyone bury any talent.
We're not going to see any arguments. So they manufactured a fake, hey, you're going to go out there and it's going to be a last minute crazy. You're going out there. Isn't that crazy? And then you get speared and hurt. They're not going to manufacture arguments. They're not going to manufacture. That wasn't a manufactured moment to show everything isn't all smooth sailing. That last minute they had to go, you get out there, pal. And then he did it and got speared to oblivion. Dave, so which is it? You're talking out of both sides of your ass right now.
Talent or,
you're a fucking liar. Like, Dave, this is just, I mean, come on, man. This is fucking fodder. Dumb fuck fodder right here.
Like, it really happens in those meetings. And anyway, we'll see what it is. I mean, I'm going to watch it. You know, it's an interesting thing, but yeah.
So why are you going to watch it then? So you can just watch a fake reality show and cry about how it's not. Why? Because you actually don't know the inner workings, and that's like something you're super curious in, Dave. Curious about
to promote the show and show that clip
because they're trying to get younger people to watch it. You dinosaur.
To me, was just like, man, There's nothing I would least like to see than 5 episodes of that
Why would it be 5 episodes of that? It's one clip from the entire fucking show, stupid.
bullshit being purported to be real.
Hey, fucking Superman's coming out. He fights a kaiju. Oh, man, the whole movie he's just fighting a kaiju. Why would I go see it? It's not like there's 2 hours of other shit in the fucking movie. Like, what an idiot, dude. God. So, Kayfabe Beef Soup says, okay, scratch these last 2 weeks. Look at their Go Home Dynamite before their biggest pay-per-view of the year. All in. Episode had 2,500 people. Dave says, this year is up across the board from the end of last year. And this is the thing. Dave, he goes Q4 and Q3. Well, Q1 and Q2 are up from Q4, Q3 of last year. Who cares? Compare it year over year. It's way fucking down. You dummies like selectively pick these fucking numbers that are stupid. So you can watch one of the greatest matches of all time, according to Dave Meltzer, Bandito versus Takeshita from Supercard of Honor. This match will surely be talked about for generations to come and be forever etched in time. Okay, 10 days ago, 4.6K views. Okay. And here's Dave. Bandito. So he's talking about in this 29-minute match. I watched it. It was a fun match, but it's nowhere the way Dave blows it. It was just another fucking match on the card. There was a bunch of crazy shit that went down on that card, and that was probably the best match of the night, but it's just the same shit that happens all the time. So Bandito came out with an Aztec warrior headdress like Mil Mascaras wore in his Los Angeles heyday. It was great from start to finish, built well, and the last few minutes were unreal. This was basically the ultimate in the modern style, with everything fans who like that style love and everything people who hate that style complain about. This audience was going crazy. No, Dave's they were hotter. They were kind of burnt out by the end. They were like lit up for this match again, but it was the last match, so people kind of applaud and like get on their feet, but I don't think they were as hot as like the peak of the show, because there was so much, dude, on that show. Blocked the 21 plex and tore up the mask. Rocky Romero gave Takeshita a chair, but he missed the chair shot. Bandito did a tope into the chair and was bleeding. Takeshita gave him a tombstone on the ramp. Takeshita was biting. Bandito did a running fly flip, dive over the post, a poison rana, and tope Kongiro, followed by a frog splash for a near fall, Brian. So all the shit he explained right there was in the one of the best matches of all time. The ultimate. Bandito tried the 21 plex again. Takeshita landed on his feet and did a Chaos Theory suplex, and Bandito landed on his feet, did a super kick and GTS. Bandito was on the top rope and held Takeshita in a body slam position and then moonsaulted him into the ring, which is even more impressive given Takeshita's size. And then the way Dave is explaining the move, it's like he's explaining it for the first time. Dave, he does a fall-away moonsault splash every fucking match. Bro, we know what Bandito does. He's explaining it to his readers like it's the first time he's ever done this maneuver. And this is what his friends explain too. Meltzer's friends are like, dude, you watch these matches and it's the same match every time. And he's yelling and popping and laughing at these fucking spots like it's something to be fucking pumped about, like a kid with keys being dangled in front of him, you know? Bandito did a shooting star press. Takeshita got his knees up and cradled him. Bandito did a super Frankensteiner that Takeshita reversed into a cradle for a near fall. Bandito did the X knee. Takeshita blocked another 21 plex, and Takeshita did a front tombstone and wheelbarrow German. Takeshita did a running knee that Bandito kicked out at 1 and then went for Raging Fire, which Bandito turned into a cradle for the pin. 5 3/4 stars, Brian. Bro, what the fuck? Like, this is the type of shit that, like, this motherfucker thinks that is, like, good wrestling, you know? Even just the description of it. Like, how does anyone understand that? Whereas, okay, think about a WWE match. Like, bro, he went to dump the fucking tax. He dumps the beads out. And then dude's like, oh, shit. And then he went for the Claymore. And then it got reversed into the GTS. And then it was a 1, 2, 3. Then he went on top of the cage. And then the fucking, you talk about it like it's a movie. This is like, you're the choreographer explaining to Jet Li each move he's doing during his next fight scene or whatever, dude. So Dave Meltzer had this to say. This guy said, his name's All Wrestling All Day, said, Dave, I don't care how much you're being paid. You know AEW isn't doing well, and your continued support of failure is making your opinion less and less. I used to subscribe, not that you'll even care. Meltzer says a wrestling company valued at $2 billion. Now, AEW's not valued at $2 billion, bro. And he keeps pushing this fucking narrative out there. And there's a reason for it. And Dave says, and third largest combat sports company in the world. It's not a combat sport. TNT, I guess they consider it a sport, but like it's not claimed as a sport really by HBO Max. So anyways, with major profit margins guaranteed based on just US rights is the farthest thing from a failure. Sorry for your not reading the issues you subscribed for, because I've discussed business heavily and you didn't even pick up on something as basic as that. Fucking Dave, man. Like, what is he even saying? Nicolo Piccolo says, I agree. A company like the one you described shouldn't have any trouble finding investors. Good thing I haven't heard any such rumors. A company this profitable would never need them. That would be silly. And so there's rumors floating around, chat, that TNA, but AEW is looking for investors right now, and that's why Dave keeps floating out this $2 billion valuation, and Tony Khan's in front of his rich guy things. And Nicolo Piccolo's like, well, if they're making as much money as you claim, they shouldn't be looking for investors, right? So if news comes out that Tony Khan's looking for investors, then Dave, you look like a goddamn moron, huh? So all I'm saying is stay locked into PWT, folks. Jay Ginsburg says they aren't worth $2 billion. Give me a break. Meltzer says denial isn't just a river in Egypt. Cute bumper sticker, dog. Nicolo Piccolo says it should be the name of your newsletter, Denial. Oh, shit. Shots fired. And shout out Nicolo Piccolo for sharing a shitload of PWT clips. And yeah, it's amazing. So moving along here, Zaslav, when Zaslav said that sports weren't a big driver on Max, what sports air on Max under the sports section? So this is the funniest thing too, is that JC Novak says Zaslav didn't say that or something similar in the investor call after the split announcement. And then Meltzer said people sure fantasized he did, but AEW nor NBA were either mentioned, hinted at, or referenced. Yeah, but Dave, so it's what Switchblade said. When Zaslav said that sports weren't a big driver, and we know objectively, we can look at the fucking stuff they've posted about the NBA, that is probably their top sports thing being viewed. Maybe soccer outdraws it. I don't fucking know. But NBA, we can positively say that they flex their NBA numbers from Max and their simulcast numbers and all that. And when Zaslav said sports aren't a big driver, does NBA not fall under that category? Dave is so redacted. He's like, well, they didn't say basketball specifically. He doesn't need to, you dumb fuck. Jesus Christ, man. It's so annoying how he just does this selective shit and how people eat that shit up and believe in it. So Meltzer had this to say about Cora Jade and her OF endeavors and quitting wrestling for the foreseeable future.
Cora Jade has announced that she is taking at least the rest of the year off, canceling all bookings, and just trying to find herself, she said, and see if she can find a way to love pro wrestling like she used to. So all the best to her.
I know she was talking to somebody who I know, and you know that she is probably made more money last month than any woman pro wrestler in the world.
Yeah, because she just launched her OF guy. Dave, did you know that yes, Dave, everyone understands how this fucking works. If you have a Twitter account, you've seen those, what's one of those, Digzerdo or one of these fucking accounts that tells you like, this chick made whatever the fuck. Yes, she just launched it last month. Dave, we fucking know he's going to start trying to talk like he understands the business of OF now. I'm a pimp, Brian. I keep my pimp hand strong.
And probably by a lot because
really?
of OnlyFans. Yeah. Yeah, it's basically like, think about this. You want to do these indie dates for $1,000 when you're making the kind of money that she's making? Mandy Rose set the template. And, if you've got the right look and, you can do OnlyFans coming off of a WWE run, and not everyone can do it, obviously, but some can. I mean, Mandy Rose is incredibly rich. When you first come out, that's when you're going to make all the money at first. You know what I mean? And then after a while, the novelty's gone. But
the novelty's talking like he just casually subscribes to their OFs. The novelty's gone.
Right now for her, I mean, she's just making incredible amount of money. I mean, it's ridiculous. So good for her.
Fucking Dave, man. He just sees shit on the internet and then he says it like he is the one who discovered it, So speaking of which, Eric Bischoff gets shitted on by Dave Meltzer. Dave Meltzer sort of buries Eric Bischoff here a couple times in the Real American Freestyle Wrestling or whatever. And Meltzer is like, Bischoff just says stuff for engagement. Meanwhile, Dave just says stuff for engagement. And also, meanwhile, Tony Khan, his fucking son, was on this thing talking about, I'm doing this for more engagement. So, shut the fuck up, Dave. That's what the internet is. Everyone doing shit and engaging with stuff and doing stuff for engagement and engaging with each other. Holy fuck, you old boomer, dumb motherfuckers, dude. It's driving me insane.
He was on with Ariel.
This might be it. This might be the one where I snap.
Owani said that 1 year from now, and he did qualify this by saying, if TNA gets a better television.
No. We just watched the clip. Dave, you didn't watch the clip. You're reading quotes or you're misquoting. And this is the infamous Dave Meltzer spin. And now your little gaggle of fucking redacts are going to go repeat this shit. And this is how you galvanize people to make the IWC an incredibly toxic and shitty place. And you spread misinformation, Dave. He didn't say a better TV deal. And then Bryan interrupts him and is like, a better one than AEW or whatever. And then Meltzer's like, yeah, I mean, and then he just starts going off on that when that's not what he said. He said the TV deal will be a big factor in whether or not, whatever the TV deal is. We just watched the clip earlier in TNA news. Okay. It's a big factor or indicator in if whether or not they will be a serious contender and player, which Dave is dismissive of this because he has to be, because he's actually on phone calls with Tony Khan, right? And texting Tony Khan and influencing booking and talking about he's pushing for this and that. And at the same time, and we're going to cover a bit of that in a moment, and at the same time, he hates Bischoff. And at the same time, he knows, Dave in the back of his little mind knows that TNA could realistically get 300,000 people watching them every fucking week if they get on the right network and are fucking promoted correctly, which WWE is helping them achieve. So
just by saying, if TNA gets a better television deal,
that's a lie.
They will be ahead of AEW 1 year from today. He's just saying stuff now at this point, just for engagement. Ariel sort of challenged him on something because, well, I guess the last time he was on the show, he said AEW is dead. There's no way to turn it around. They're dead. And then Ariel Helwani did say, well, they have turned it around. And he just goes, well,
no, you're lying. Ariel did not say, well, they've turned it around. See, Dave, you can't lie to me, motherfucker, because I'm watching all the stuff. You're not actually consuming all the shit. That's why I'm 10 steps ahead of all of you motherfuckers. Okay? Because I see and I consume it all. No, he didn't say, well, it is turned around. No, he just said, well, the perception is, what they're saying is that it's turned around. They're doing this and that. So you could perceive that as it being turned around. He didn't push back and go, well, it is turning around. No, he didn't do that.
I never watch. So it's just like, okay, so you're talking about this thing that you never
Dave, that's what you're literally doing. You talk about Raw that you never watch. This is why this triggers you, because you project. You're talking about fucking this Ariel interview twice now. You misquoted it and proved that you don't watch.
Okay. So, and Ariel did bring up that AEW is now, Dynamite has had more episodes than Nitro ever had. And he was like, well, we had
No, it wasn't like, well, we had no, it wasn't like that. Ariel presented it as, what do you make of people saying, and we covered this on the Monday member show, 99 cents. He said, what do you make of people saying that, or like like we did more episodes than Nitro, like that's a thing to be touted. Like, what do you make of that being a thing? That's he never was. It wasn't like this. Well, oh, you know, that's you, Dave.
Any more viewers, and it's like, yeah, but you went out of business.
They did have more viewers. Yeah, they went out of business because they didn't get a fucking TV deal, not because the business was fucking failing. Because when the companies merged, they didn't want anything to do with wrestling. Dave, accept that reality. Okay.
The key to running a business.
Dave is going to tell the guy who fucking made millions and made Hulk Hogan millions and all these wrestler millions, the key to running a business, because he's on the phone with Tony Khan, who could literally take $1 million in $1 bills, wipe his ass with them for the next 10 fucking years and laugh about it. And Dave Meltzer thinks that guy knows anything about business, or he knows anything about business, when he's doing 50% off the fucking observers and his shit's trending downward.
In the long run is not how much you peak and go out of business, but staying in business is far superior to having a peak.
Oh, so then you admit that TNA is already the number one. So we just owned Dave Meltzer, ladies and gentlemen. We just owned him. So staying in business longer is far superior to peaking higher and then crashing and burning.
Stupid idiot.
So you just admit that TNA is already the number two. It has nothing to do with them becoming the number two. They already are the number two, is what you just admitted by your own logic, Meltzer.
Learn, baby, learn. Meltzer Inferno.
What a fucking dumb, stupid idiot, man. Chat, we just caught him. Like, come on.
Stupid idiot.
So it's far superior. So TNA is number two already. And so when you're making fun of they can't become number two, like I love how in the same clip, Dave contradicts himself and we can just point it out a minute apart from each other. Like, what a dumb fuck, man. Holy shit.
You know, very high, not making much money doing that peak, but having a legit peak and then being out of business 2 years later.
Can you believe that that's what the fuck Dave Meltzer just said? Like, that's incredibly insane on so many fucking levels. Here, let me check in with chat quick. We're going to break this up here. I mean, that's just bonkers, man. So 626 for 2 says Dave mad something is passing more shit info than him. Bro, I can't believe that we just caught him right there admitting TNA's number two then by his own fucking logic. I absolutely think that that's fucking hilarious. I have to tweet this out too. Sorry, guys. I just have to tweet this out, guys. I'm so sorry. Is already number two. Is already the number two promotion. I just got to tweet this out. What an idiot. At Pro Wrestle Times. Make sure you guys follow me. Okay. Yeah, let's continue along. What is chat saying? Number 2 is right. Sorry, just busy. Okay. It looks like the house. I saw a picture of the house. It's got a forest. Okay, come on. Whipping your ass with $1 million and buying shitty art. The smug smile. Okay. Yes, the smug smile is right. Let's go. No fucking yeah, 626. None of that kind of bullshit in the fucking chat. Dave made some real good money back in the day. Yeah, I mean, if there's anyone who knows about working people for longevity's sake, I'm sure he knows about it. But he's just coping, man. It's hilarious how he just busted him there. So moving along here, Dave Meltzer has this to say about TNA becoming the undisputed second promotion.
He was on with Ariel Helwani.
Oh, no, we just covered this. Yeah. So Dave Meltzer, we just caught him lying to himself and his audience and saying in one breath, oh, could you believe that they'd be number 2 if they got a TV deal? And then in the next breath, he's saying that longevity is far superior than anything else. So then that means TNA is already number 2. We just caught you and you're an idiot. It's because Meltzer has actually become a robot parody of himself. Shout out Jose the assistant.
Look, this is the evolution of the business. You go back to the territory days. Guys were cutting promos in smoky studios, driving town to town, hoping someone noticed. Now, they've got a direct line to fans through YouTube, Twitch, Instagram, podcasts. It's no longer just about what happens bell to bell. It's about building a brand outside the ring.
Grok Meltzer.
And some purists hate that, sure. They'll say it's a distraction or it kills kayfabe. But the reality is, the economy of wrestling has changed. A wrestler who can create weekly content, build a loyal audience, sell merch, push a Patreon, he or she is in control in a way that wasn't possible before. Look at someone like Matt Cardona. He's made more money after WWE by becoming his own content machine than most.
This is fucking creepy, dude. Robot Meltzer. I gotta leave that in there. And don't forget, guys, from AI News, right?
This just in, we have confirmed that Dave Meltzer fears PWT and flutes.
There you go, confirmed. So from Dave's own chicken lips, okay, he is an engagement gimmick. So let's listen to Dave, what he had to say back in 2018. He said, I've been muting and blocking trolls constantly. I give everyone one shot to see if they are trolls or not, or just don't know. Many have come around, most don't. I'll always give people one shot. Not that it matters, but Twitter growth slowed greatly when I stopped responding to trolls as much. But overall, Twitter action slowed even greater. So he's just a fucking hypocrite. We covered this a long time ago on the show. He's just a hypocrite. So here's a fucking hilarious Meltzer pick right here. Oh, man. And, here's Dynamite. They distributed 1,000 tickets. Here's Slammiversary. They distributed like 7,600 when all was said and done. Monday Night Raw, 13,400. And then Meltzer has this to say. Houston is sold out for Raw tonight after San Antonio was on Friday. Big house show numbers as well. WWE remains strong. Actually, it's real interesting, Brian. The promotion of the year race with WWE, CMLL, UFC, and AEW. What the fuck, man? How is it a promotional race? They're selling 1,000 tickets barely for Dynamite. They're selling fucking all-in numbers for Raws, dude. He's lost his fucking mind. So this guy here says Eric Bischoff has been involved in wrestling since the 80s and has had 2 successful years in that whole stretch. 2 years, that's it. And then Meltzer says, damn, I've only had 38 in a row. Just putting himself over.
Smashed your needle. Exactly, no pop.
What a little fucking, oh man.
Shut up, bitch.
Okay, so Meltzer, yeah, again, just Houston sold out the race. It's heating up. So Dave Meltzer says that the only way TNA can get a better TV deal than AEW is if they get on USA. So let's listen to this, and then Switchblade's going to respond. Because Dave doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about.
he was on with Ariel Helwani, said that, Fox, sure, better. USA, which you're not getting on.
The only thing that would be better than what? You invented the better part. You fucking idiot, man. He never said that.
Fox, sure. If they get on Fox, they could do better. But if it's A&E, look at what WWE's doing on A&E. They're like 100,000 viewers. That's what, which is what TNA is doing on Access. So, and A&E's the front runner that you hear about for if they're going to get a deal. And I don't know that the deal's done, but yeah, I just thought, but I know that he's just taking that for, he's just saying stuff now at this point, just for engagement.
I don't know, man. And he's just laughing about Fox. You're laughing because they're going to swoop in and fucking take it. Switchblade just pointed out there. I accidentally unbookmarked it, but he points out, he's like, dude, imagine if TNA, he's like, hey, when TNA had access to bigger audiences, the most they did was 2 million viewers. AEW's never done that. What makes you think that if they get on one of these channels, they can't do 300,000? That's what Collision's doing. Like if they start doing Collision numbers, then Dave, you keep the same fucking energy. But this is what Bryan and Dave, who never watched TNA, Bryan like 2 weeks ago was like, I'm going to start watching TNA. And here's what he had to say about TNA always being TNA, because he's not watching or being invested in the NXT-TNA invasion in any way. So here's trying Bryan.
The main event is really the big story. I could not believe my eyes when Joe Hendry did not kick out. I was certain he was going to kick out, and he didn't. And then I laughed. Like, what? It's in New York. Like, everybody is expecting that Mike Santana is going to win. And then they did this. This was like NXT TV finish. Not the finish of the main event of what you bill. Like, all throughout the show, they were talking about this is the biggest TNA pay-per-view of all time. And
yes, it is the biggest of all time, like attendance-wise and shit. But throughout the show, actually, Bryan, if you were paying attention, they were billing Bound for Glory is our biggest event of the year. That's our main fucking show. That's what they were doing. They were just saying, like, Slammiversary is objectively the biggest of all time. Right now, this is our biggest night. Okay, but hopefully, I think they are hoping that people will return. They have access to some WWE stars, and I think this will all change when they announce the TV deal, and you guys are just being impatient little salty Sallies over here.
that was the finish. I was like, okay, well, something's got to happen. Like, I don't know what, but this can't be the end. And then, this Bigfoot Silva comes out, and he gives the belt to Trick, and it's over, and the show is over. And man, I was like, oh my god, and we all said the same thing. It's TNA at the.
Yeah, dude, but you didn't keep the same fucking energy when Kenny Omega went and won the Impact World title off them. You didn't that was good. It was part of a story, dude, for Christian to get the title back where people really popped for it. And Kenny was healing around then with the Callis family. So, like, bro, come on, man. They're just working the heel angle. They're trying to capitalize on the storyline that Tony Khan actually built well, but then fucked around and just used TNA TV time to shit on WWE. And then he fumbled this fucking story that had people invested in it, just jumbling their fucking belt around to give it back to Christian Cage. Okay, they're going to capitalize on this shit and draw a big house, and maybe they can do 10,000 for Bound for Glory.
At the end of the day, we can't just have a TNA show without it being TNA.
No, you just wanted it to end fucking where, it's the celebration because you don't watch it all the time. And that's the thing. If you don't watch TNA all the time, then it's like you're not invested in the stories night in and night out, week in and week out, right? So Dave Meltzer responds to someone here who says, you just admitted you're an AEW guy. Well done. Dave says, nope, stated several factual things. You'd be delusional that if I said, which I did this week, that the WWE tapings in Houston and San Antonio sold out doesn't mean I'm an AEW enemy, a WWE apologist, or a lapdog for Nick Khan. It just means I stated a fact like the above. What did he say above here? Did Ariel ask him? So he's freaking out about Bischoff. Did Ariel ask him about the last time he was on the show when he said AEW was dead and had no chance of coming back? Right, it's not coming back. It's year over year down, Dave. Right after he said that, AEW right away did a 1 million gate. 1 million gate ain't shit, Dave. It's nothing, especially if they're bringing in the money that you say they're bringing in. A $3 million gate has a 2 million plus advance. Did one of the biggest pay-per-views. It's one of the biggest pay-per-views in what? In their history, but you're just saying one of the biggest pay-per-views. In human history, no. They did 100,000 buys, Dave, like they always do. There's no magical 30% added because of Amazon, okay? Especially not with the $10 deal off coupons. And so there's no proof of any of that. And you're just saying one of the biggest pay-per-views of what? Not of all time. Conor McGregor did 8 1 million buys in a row. So like you're not even in the conversation. That's one guy. AEW is not in the conversation of great pay-per-views of anything. And immediately grew numbers in US, UK, and Canada. No, they haven't grown numbers. With major increases almost immediately after the appearance in the latter two markets. No, there's no increase. There's no fucking increase. And we can see from the Toronto fucking ticket sales too. They're not going as fast as the other ones. It's just so fucking gross how he does this. He spurged out about Bully Ray appearing on TNA. Why does he have to get over to claim the house? Yes, you honor legends, you dumb fuck. He was there. Him and Jeff Hardy drew the biggest one before in TNA history, and now him and Jeff are there to celebrate and announce their last match ever at the next biggest house of all time. And, he just wants to get himself over. Imagine that. Wrestlers trying to get themselves over. Holy shit, what a foreign concept. These two chuckle fucks.
That Bully Ray promo, I was absolutely dying through the entire thing. First off, I don't know why it needed to go so long, because really he only had one thing to say, which is, hey, good job, guys. Team 3D and you guys are bound for glory. First he comes out and he congratulates them, but then he has to put over that, you're catching up with us in terms of title wins. He had to put himself over. Then he has to, congratulate TNA on the attendance record. But then note the last attendance record he set, get himself over. It's going to be the Hardys and Team 3D.
Oh my God, it's just
one last match, he says. And it will be, I swear to God, he said these words, the last great tag team match of all time. I was thinking maybe, Tom, when you're better, we could do it one more time, but why bother? We can't possibly have a great tag match.
Dave said Bandito and Takeshita is one of the greatest matches of all time. Brian, you're a fucking clown. You do not get a pass with me, dude. You're a clown.
There will never be one again after Bound for Glory.
You know what? I hope he's right.
And he means the last great tag match between the Hardys and Edge. You're leaving, and Edge and Christian and shit, and the Dudleys. You're leaving out all the shit he said before. You're just selectively picking out bits. And he meant, if you listen in context and you're stupid and you don't understand context, he meant the last great one between their series of great matches. And there will never be one again between the Hardys and Dudleys ever fucking again. This is the last one ever, ever, ever. If there ever will be one. And for the Dudleys in general. You stupid. You stupid.
Then we won't feel so bad.
I just feel bad for you, dude. I really do. So here we go. Switchblade says, here are some station averages versus TNA averages. So Spike TV, 415K. TNA 2014, 1.8 million. Destination America, 228K. TNA, 330K. Okay. Pop TV. So listen, man. In 2014, Spike TV was averaging 415K. TNA was averaging 1.8 million. Destination America was when TNA was on there. They were averaging 228K per show. TNA 330K. Pop TV in 2016 was averaging 179K on their shows. TNA was doing 310K. Access TV 2024. They were doing 26K on average per show. TNA is doing 90K viewers per show. In 2024, A&E does 334K on average for their show. FS1 does $312K on average per show. What happens if TNA lands on one of these stations and does 500 and whatever K, Dave? You don't study the TV business, though, so you don't know anything about this stuff.
Learn, baby, learn. Meltzer Inferno.
I don't know.
You're a fraud. Okay? So just more proof of it right there. Moving along. So here's what Dave had to say about Bischoff's wrestling, amateur wrestling fed. Let's big size this and play this for you. Yeah.
Real American Freestyle.
Yeah, they announced streaming on Fox Nation. That is their broadcast deal. I don't want to say I am stunned, because I'm not, because I actually sort of reported that a couple weeks ago. But they have like 2 to 2.5 million subscribers. So that's like it's like that's the only number of people they got. And those people subscribe for right-wing news. You know what I mean? I mean, it's all the Fox personalities, just like the hard right and everything. They're not there for amateur wrestling. You know what I mean? So, I mean, I don't expect anyone to watch, but I mean, at all.
Real American Freestyle.
Yeah, they announced.
Yeah, why would Christian conservative folks be into amateur wrestling and fucking football, Dave? Geez, those two never overlap. So the worst thing about WWE is segments like this. So here is Brian Alvarez and Dave Meltzer completely burying the Trick Williams Undertaker stuff, which I'm kind of with them for now. I'm going to see where it plays out, how it plays out. But unless Trick like gets one over on Taker, I really don't get why they did this, other than to help TNA by getting TNA in more headlines before they announce a TV deal. So maybe that's their only goal in doing this.
This was one of those things, golly, if you want to ask me the worst thing about WWE, it's segments like this.
Yeah.
Trick just won the NXT. He just retained the title at the biggest NXT show of all time. He comes out and he's just like a massive superstar. And he cuts his promo and he's so great. And he's so
He was great on Raw.
Yeah, it's like this guy is, I mean, he should be a top guy in the main roster right now. And then out comes The Undertaker. And they do a talking segment, and Trick tries to attack him, and Undertaker chokeslams him and leaves him for dead. And it's the same crap I've had to put up with for like 40 years. Old guy beats up young champ, but the young guy is getting the rub by getting his... God, this was one of those...
I agree. I do agree, but there was a minute there where, like Cena was getting beat by Solo in Theory and all that shit. So, I'm not actually going to melt down on Brian. I'm going to give him a Brian. We're sort of on the same page with that, but we're going to continue to chronicle the meltdowns and Dave Meltzer's beef with Eric Bischoff. And that, ladies and gentlemen, was Dave Meltzer's dumb moment of the week. Chat, I want to thank you all for being here. You are all goated. A round of applause for chat for being here. Guys, youtube.com / at Pro Wrestle Clips, patreon.com / Pro Wrestle Times. Consider signing up. Get access to my members only shows, bonus shows on Mondays. Make sure you guys come hang out on Saturday. It's going to be a fun one. Okay. And it's going to be a sicko Saturday. I'm going to try and go on earlier. Maybe I'll try and get some folks on because the weekend after we're doing 2 nights. Okay. So on the Saturday show, just expect me on maybe like an hour earlier than normal, just so I can end a little earlier and do something with my weekend. Go and check out youtube.com / at Phil Marks Out. Check out my Superman review, guys. Run the fucking views up on that. Let me know what you think, if you agree with me, and I'm going to see Fantastic Four and review that as well. Maybe I'll do it with Husey or something, but I appreciate you all for being here. You guys are absolutely amazing. I appreciate you all. 626 is tonight's XP chat winner. So we will acknowledge me. I'll get a special shout out video that I'll play like at the end of every show for the XP winner. I appreciate you all for being here. Be good to each other. Take care of each other. Until next time, I bid you adieu. Good night. See you in the Upside Down. Peace.
I look and see it's not just me.
Jeff, why do you insist on doing this dumb internet shit on TV?
I look and see it's not just me.
This place is a fucking joke, man. You're a clown. I quit.
So many of us have stood where we stand. We are the young, so raise your hand. So many of us have stood where we stand. We are the young, so raise your hand. They call us problem child. We spend our lives on trial. We walk an endless mile. We are the youth gone wild. We stand and we won't fall. We're one and one for all. The writing's on the wall. We are the youth gone wild.
No. It doesn't make logical sense, but it makes.
Well, yes, of course.
But it makes wrestling booking sense. Of course, this makes no sense. Of course, okay, it makes no sense. However, in pro wrestling booking, which often makes no sense, you would do that. It's about making money. It's not about anything else. Wrestling's always been about making money first and foremost. That's it.
I look and see it's not just me.
Last weekend was the greatest weekend in AEW history. This is the greatest week.
I look and see it's not just me.
Security, my safety, my life was in danger at a wrestling show.
So many of us have stood where we stand. We are the young, so raise your hand. So many of us have stood where we stand. We are the young, so raise your hand. They call us problem child. We spend our lives on trial. We walk an endless mile. We are the youth gone wild. We stand and we won't fall. We're one and one for all. The writing's on the wall. We are the youth gone wild. They call us problem child. We spend our lives on trial. We walk an endless mile. We are the youth gone wild. We stand and we won't fall. We're one and one for all. The writing's on the wall. We are the youth gone wild. Get wild! Yeah!
If you're familiar with how we do things often here on these Wednesdays, it's a lot like one of my favorite movies, Time Cop.
What? Fuck you. Fuck you.
Yeah!
God damn it!